Hello. It asked me to unmute to speak. So I'm saying hello, and I'm going to mute myself back.
Hello. No, sir. Whenever you're ready to go, or if it's going to be Xavier, let me know. We're good on our end.
Thank you, Angel. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November 23rd, 2021 meeting of Community Board 11. My name is Nilsa Rahman. I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 11. I call this meeting to order at 6:35 p.m. Tonight, we are joined by District Manager Angel Muscane, Assistant District Manager Carly Wine, and I am assuming a Community Associate Marlene Pierre. Thank you so much. In order to conduct an efficient meeting, we're going to observe a few ground rules. No one may speak until granted the floor. CB11 members, if you have a question about board business or wish to make a motion, please raise your hand through Zoom. If you click the participants icon, the participants panel should open up and you should find the raise hand function there. If you still have technical difficulties, you may click the chat function and relay your difficulty. Members should not engage in a back and forth discussion. The chair, myself, will recognize the next person to speak. Okay, please keep your questions and comments succinct and germane to the discussion at hand. The chat function should not be used for CB11 business or questions about agenda topics. All such remarks should be made on the record by raising your hand through Zoom. Chat should only be used to alert us to any technical difficulties you are having or to state in writing information like an email address that was already stated aloud on the record during the meeting. When a member is given the floor to speak, I will identify you and you can unmute yourself so that you can speak. When a member is, please keep your questions and comments again succinct and germane to the discussion. When a member is given the floor to speak, I will notify you and you can unmute yourself so that you can speak. And members of the public can register in the public session by completing the pre-registration form or submitting their name now and what topic they wish to discuss. Registration for the public session needs to be done by 7:15 p.m. With that, I will call the public session. I will call the meeting to order, as I mentioned, and now we will take attendance by roll call. Angel?
Certainly. When I call your name, please answer present. Jose Altamirano. Leroy Andino.
Present.
Stephanie Arroyo. Eric Alcancela. I'm not looking at the stream. Was that Jose responding present? Eric Alcancela. Dan Brija. Yolanda Brown.
Present.
Eva Chan.
Present.
Ann Collier.
Present.
Carlos Diaz. Angela Donadell.
Present.
Jessica Elliott.
Present.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Present.
Judith Fabraro.
Present.
Raja Flores.
Presente.
Cindy Garcia. David Giordano. John Green,
Here.
Robert Harvey, Jada Heredia, James Horton, Ivy Hume, Alonzo Johnson,
Present.
Robin Krinsky,
Present.
Marissa Mack,
Present.
Giselle Malave,
Present.
Tricia Martin,
Present.
Malik McCullough,
Present.
Jennifer Meyer,
Present.
Jessica Morris,
Here.
Nelsa Orama,
Here.
Beverly Pabon,
Here.
Andrew Padilla,
Here.
Miguel Pava,
Present.
Shirley Pena, Art Perez,
Present.
Robert Perez, Savasia Robinson Teague, Joshua Rodriguez, Juan Sanders,
Here.
Xavier Santiago,
Present.
Isaac Scott, Russell Schuler,
Present.
Tony Torres, Jason Villanueva,
Present.
Candy Vasquez, Nye Whitaker,
Present.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Present.
Jordan Wright, Jason Wu. That's a lot of absence. I'm going to run through those names that I didn't hear just one more time if I can, Madam Chair. Jose Altamirano,
Present.
Stephanie Arroyo, Eric Alcancela, Adem Brija, Carlos Diaz, Sandy Garcia, Robert Harvey, Jada Heredia, James Horton.
Present.
Go, thank you, James. Shirley Pena, Robert Perez, Savasia Robinson Teague, Natasha Rodriguez, Isaac Scott, Tony Torres, Andy Vasquez, Jordan Wright, Jason Wu. Have quorum.
Thank you, Angel, for double checking. We're now going to move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda for tonight's meeting was distributed ahead of time by the board office and was posted online. If there is no objection, we will adopt the agenda as stated. Board members, if you object to adopting the agenda, you may raise your hand through Zoom. I see no hands raised. So seeing no objections, the agenda for tonight's meeting is adopted. With that, we're going to move to the pre-registered speaker section. Each pre-registered speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. So we're gonna just discuss briefly a few ground rules for those of you wishing to speak. You, one, must sign up to give testimony, providing your name and affiliation. 2, you will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. You should address your testimony to the board, not the public. You should speak clearly and into the microphone. You should be prepared to respond to board members who may ask questions in order to clarify facts, and opinions presented in your comments. Board members, you should only ask clarifying questions. Commentary at a public session will not be entertained, right? Angel, has anyone signed up to speak in the public session?
Yes. The first person is Jill Strauss, followed by Noel Alicea.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ms. Strauss?
Hello, I wasn't expecting to be up so quickly, so I'm still getting a little bit organized. So can I share my screen? Right now, I don't see how I can turn on my camera.
Just give me a second. I'm going to promote you to panelist. We don't typically do screen presentations, but you can go on
Oh,
camera. Give me 1 second
sorry.
to promote you. Just
Thank
give me
you,
a second. Yep. After your comments, we'll move you back to attendees.
of course.
Okay, it's not taking.
So while that's being prepared, my name is Jill Strauss. I'm faculty at CUNY at Borough of Manhattan Community College, and with my colleague Maria Volpe, who's at John Jay College. Together we got a CUNY research grant to exploring East Harlem residents' experiences during the height of the pandemic. We're collecting these narratives now, and with these stories, they will be used by an East Harlem resident who is a media artist to create virtual memorials that will be located in Central Park around the Harlem Mirror, so easily accessible, and they can be viewed on our cell phones, really, any kind of a phone except a flip phone. What I'd like to show you now is a 1-minute presentation, just a 1-minute piece that we have about the project that I think speaks much better to it than I can, and I was hoping to show it tonight. And then if there are questions, I'd love to take them. I wanted to bring this to the board, to Community Board 11, so that you could help us spread the word and to let more people know who would be interested in sharing their stories, and that everybody who shares their time and their experiences with us gets a $25 gift card. So I want to get that in there as well.
Jill, I'm sorry, but it's not allowing me to promote you to panelist. I'm trying.
Yeah,
Letting me click you over. If you'd like to just share the link with us with the video, I can distribute it to the board.
that would be great. Thank you.
Sure thing. I'll put my email in the chat.
Great, thank you. I just have to get a link. Okay, good.
Okay, sure. Or you can reach me in the office at any time. We'll be happy to share
Well,
it.
I'm going to send it to you right now, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Noel Alicea from Metropolitan Hospital.
Good evening, everyone.
I just had a question for the previous speaker. Angel, I'm sorry, it's Nye Whitaker.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
It's okay, I apologize. Excuse me, Noel. I just wanted to invite the previous speaker to be in touch with me. My name is Nye Whitaker. I'm the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, and I'd love to know a little bit more about this project. Our next meeting is on December 13th. If
great.
you are available to attend, we'd love to have you show the video at that December 13th meeting and be able to promote this program to our committee and to our community. Thank you. I'll put my information into the chat.
Thank you so much. And I put the link to the 1-minute video piece in the chat as well. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do that, Angel. I'm sorry, but that's where I put it.
Fine, that's fine.
Thank you, Angel.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so well, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Noel Alicea from Metropolitan Hospital, your local community public hospital. I want to start out by wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving and expressing our gratitude to the community board and our community for the support that we get throughout the year. We are the beneficiaries of a strong community that supports us and that we rely on, and we want you to know that you can rely on us as well. So thank you for that. A couple of quick updates. We are offering pediatric vaccination for COVID-19 now at the hospital. That's for kids age 5 through 11. That's by appointment only at the moment, but we do have lots of appointments available. So if you're interested in having your kid vaccinated at Metropolitan, please make an appointment to come there. We continue to offer vaccination for adults and for people 12 and older in our vaccine center. That's a walk-in basis, and that includes boosters for people who are eligible. Boosters are eligible now in New York City for anyone 2 months after their Johnson & Johnson vaccine or 6 months after their Pfizer and Moderna second doses. At the hospital, we offer Pfizer only. Gotham sites within the public hospital system do offer Moderna. You can look into whether or not you want to have the same vaccine that you had the first time around or switch. There is literature supporting both, but we do offer Pfizer. Yesterday, we held a turkey distribution for members of our community. We worked in partnership with some of our local CBOs to identify people to come in for turkeys. So thank you for the folks who came in and the folks who have sent in community members. The Thanksgiving turkey distribution was sponsored by Metro Plus and the hospital's auxiliary, and folks left with 2 bags with a turkey and all the trimmings. We have a new smoking cessation program at the hospital. It is currently available immediately for current patients, but we will be expanding that for referrals from outside of the hospital in the new year. So look for information for that coming up soon. But that is a smoking cessation program that includes both medical and counseling support for people who are interested in quitting smoking. On December 10th, we're going to have a pop-up market in the main lobby in partnership with Union Settlement and Buy Local East Harlem and a number of other community partners. I think the community board may actually be a partner there as well. That's Friday, December 12th from 12 to 2 in the hospital's main lobby. Just a reminder to continue to mask up, get tested if you think you've been exposed. We still have our testing center open, and stay safe during the holidays. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next registered speaker is Jasmine Lawrence from Cayuga Center, followed by Pilar Wilkins.
Mr. Lawrence?
It's so warm.
Jasmine Lawrence. Let's circle back.
Hi,
Oh,
can you
there she
hear
is.
me?
Yes, now
Yeah,
we can.
sorry, I can, okay, hi. Happy Thanksgiving, CB11. I just wanted to let you guys know that our holiday toy drive is in full effect, and it will be benefiting all of the foster youth in our program. So that includes our foster youth in our ACS program, as well as our UC programs. We will be collecting gifts via Amazon wish list, and I'll share that link and that landing page in the chat. But I'm also excited to announce that we're going to be doing a toy distribution event, essentially empowering foster parents as the gift givers. So whatever gifts we collect, we're going to kind of organize it like a toy store and allow for foster parents to come and pick up the gifts. So we're asking for volunteers to come in and help set up the event. That event is going to be on December 11th. People can sign up between the hours of 10 a.m. for a setup time and as late as 7 p.m. or 10 a.m. for a setup time and 7 p.m. for breakdown. And I'll also include the volunteer sign-up sheet. We are currently not accepting drop-offs, but if you have a large amount of gifts that you're wanting to share or lightly used, I'm pretty open to that. And so I'll include my contact information as well. But that is essentially what I am here to announce.
Thank you, Jasmine. I think we have one question from a board member, Nye Whitaker.
Hey, Jasmine, how are you and happy holidays? I know you mentioned this was in the works when you came last month to the Health and Human Services, but you didn't have all the details. What is the deadline for submitting a gift to the drive?
Yeah, so we'll be accepting gifts until December 8th.
Okay.
So that's just to give some time for, if for Amazon, even if they're doing overnight shipping or 2-day shipping, that it would arrive by the 11th so that we can distribute on that day. So December 8th
Sorry, I
is
just
the
have
day.
one other question, Angel, if you don't mind. So for those who don't want to do Amazon and actually have items, is there, I know you said you're not doing like a drop off, but is there like a place, like would we need to use that where people could drop off? So for example, I've never purchased anything from Amazon. I'll never purchase anything from Amazon. I want to buy locally in my community of East Harlem. But if I bought
it.
something, then do I ship it to Cayuga or how would I get it to your
So-
offices?
So we're still working out the kinks. Like these
Okay.
questions, I've been speaking to a number of the community boards that we have offices in, and similar questions came up. So I think right now on the fly, I'm saying just email me, and then I might just come and meet you and pick up gifts.
Okay,
Because currently we
call me
don't have like
offline,
the infrastructure to do
because
it.
I'm happy to use my office as a resource for a drop off if you need it, so that you can just have one collection.
Okay.
So I'll just make sure I put my personal email in the chat. But I know my building is very interested in doing something for Cayuga. We have a volunteer here who does, I guess, music and arts programs for your group. And so I think having a neighborhood drop-off place could be beneficial to help increase participation, because not everybody does stuff online. And I want to make sure that the children have as much opportunity to get gifts for the holiday season. So thank you. Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Jazz.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. Thanks again.
I have one more question, Jasmine, from a board member, Dawn Sanders.
Okay.
Hi there. So thanks for attending. I was speaking to a senior who's a neighbor of mine, and she was asking if we still have international children within our foster system in our neighborhood. Is that something we can ask, or is that something that's still confidential, whether we have displaced children still in East Harlem?
No, that part is not confidential. That is essentially what our UC program does. We essentially, the program is a foster care program for youth that are arriving internationally. So, what is confidential is me revealing the current number we have, because our capacity is from 0 to 1,100 beds. And Ms. Nia Whitaker, that is an increase from the last time I presented to the Human and Health Services Committee. So we were at 900, and due to the overwhelming need, it was increased to 1,100 beds recently.
So just to be clear, so are any of these children going to be reunited at some point, or they are going to stay with you indefinitely?
No, correct. So our UC program is, so we have two. Our UC transitional foster care program is obviously transition until we are finding their sponsors. Most times, 9 out of 10 times, they are a parent or guardian or close family member that has already arrived in the US. And so part of our case management program is to find those homes and then obviously do a quick discharge. Our long-term program is for people who are, or youth who we have not found their sponsors, and or they are of an age where they are age appropriate to be going through the immigration proceedings in New York State. And so they'll be here a little bit longer than the certain amount of days. And then in that case, our long-term program, they are actually enrolled in the Department of Education and stay here for a longer period of time. I think some questions in the past have been like how long that is. It's up until they age out of the program. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it looks like Nye is going to have a meeting, and then I can gather the rest of my questions, because a few years ago, we did receive an influx of children who were separated from their parents, and there was concern about the process of reunifying them or what conditions. And so as I talk to my neighbors, I just like to know what to tell them.
Thank you, Dawn.
No, I
With
totally-
that, I'm sorry, with that, this is a more involved discussion. With that, I would like to suggest that you come to the Human Services meeting that Dawn alluded to, so that you can then answer any questions or any concerns, or can share what you can share at that time, because obviously this is a topic that is more involved and means a lot to our community as well as to the youth that you service. And so with that, I would like to have Dawn and both Nye reach out to you offline, so that maybe you can then come to Nye's meeting in December and further expand on this topic. So I thank you very much. And Angel, is there someone else who has signed up?
Yes,
Okay, thank
the
you.
next speaker is Pilar Wilkins from Harlem Nerds.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Pilar Wilkins. I'm the COO of Harlem Nerds. I have my CEO here, Lynetta Sullivan, as well. Nerds is nurturing the education of responsible and determined scholars. We're both educators. I work at a school in East Harlem, and I have an issue with how the police deal with our children. We don't have a lot of youth officers anymore. We have a lot of police that, you know, they're usually like on the street cops and don't have what the training that educators have talking to our children. So that's one issue that I would like to address, that we need to help our police officers connect better with our youth. Also, we want to make sure that we protect our children's mental wealth and try to connect them to whatever is available. So there's a lot of programs that are available in Harlem that can keep our kids off the street, that can keep them busy, that can motivate them. But a lot of parents and families don't know about them. So we want to be the resource or the liaison between what's available and the people in the community, so we can help our community grow stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. The next name on our list is Dylan Gibbs from L&M.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon, or good evening, excuse me. My name is Dylan Gibbs. I am here on behalf of L&M Development Partners to announce a virtual public forum that will be held on Wednesday, December 1st at 6:30. The Department of Transportation is preparing an environmental assessment statement to analyze a temporary closure of the southbound lane on Park Avenue between 110th and 111th Streets and 111th and 112th Streets. The street is temporarily closed due to construction activity to replace and upgrade the existing combined sewer system that will serve both the project site, Sendero Verde project site, and the greater East Harlem community. By law, all street closures lasting longer than 180 days are subject to a community reassessment impact and amelioration, or CREA statement. And so this is what the public forum is for. At the public forum, all comments will be recorded, and formal responses to the comments will be in the final environmental assessment statement. So we would like to invite the board and all the constituents who would like to come out and speak, as well as just remind you that the information for the public forum is also on the community board's list of events on the calendar. And then finally, the second announcement is just that we are, the Sendero Verde project is coming along well. It's over 90% complete, and we look forward to coming back to the board when we can to make an announcement about the marketing start and applications going live. So we look forward to coming back to the board and making that announcement as well.
Thank you so much. Just to pick up on that last statement, you mentioned coming back to the board, when you can. Is that because you don't have information right now? Or is it, that you have information right now, but,
So the
you may
purpose,
have other kind of things going on that you can't make it, come to the board and update us?
so we're actually not allowed to make specific announcements about the date or project specifics, such as like AMI and rents and things like that, until the actual start of, and until those applications go live on Housing Connect.
You're saying the application's going live on Housing Connect, but the project already has AMIs and all that originally spelled out with the project. So I'm just a little confused.
Yes, I understand. So my understanding is that we're not allowed to make an announcement on the specifics until that date is confirmed.
Okay, so we'll look forward to having you update our land use and housing committees and the board at that time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Jessica Elliott has her hand up.
Jessica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Dylan. Thank you so much for the update. I think this part of the road has been closed for quite some time. And originally when the road was planned to be opened up, the community board had asked about potential to integrate resiliency systems into the roadway while it's open. We know that those would be small scale, and I just wanted to make sure if it's going to continue to be open for a while, that if we could integrate some resiliency systems into that would be really great. Thanks.
Okay. Noted. I don't have the specifics on the resiliency aspects right now, but if we can provide some more information or at the actual forum, I'll definitely bring that information to that arena.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
So Rama has her hand up in case if you want to call on her.
Oh, well, I hit that by mistake. I think I already asked Dylan all the questions, so I'm going to lower my hand, Dylan, so you don't have to be put on the spot by me again.
All right. Well,
Okay. So if there are no questions, thank you, Dylan. We're going to move on to our elected official reports. Angel, do we have
Yes.
elected officials who have signed up?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes. Diane, Councilmember Diana Ayala.
Good evening, everybody. Do you hear me?
Hi, Maggie.
Hi, Maggie.
This is Maggie from Councilmember Diana Ayala's office. First and foremost, Councilmember Ayala hopes everybody has a safe and happy holiday, Thanksgiving holiday. She's been busy distributing turkeys throughout East Harlem and wants to thank the New York Common Pantry for their partnership. Councilmember Ayala also acknowledges that we've had 2 separate fatal shootings at Wagner houses.
Yeah.
We extend our condolences to the families. We have much work to do to end the senseless gun violence that's recently taken place. And that's it. I wanted to keep it short and sweet this month. Any questions?
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Maggie. Our next speaker is Damaris Oliva with Senator Serrano's office.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. So I'm just going to give a quick report from Senator Serrano. So, if you or your child or anyone you know is still in need of a vaccine or a booster shot, as always, if anyone needs help finding a site or making an appointment, we've been getting quite a few of those calls. So please feel free to contact our office and we're happy to help. I'll put our info in the chat. As most of you know, all adults who received their first dose more than 6 months ago are now eligible for booster shots. So we're just trying to get as many people vaccinated as possible. So feel free to reach out to us if anyone needs assistance or needs a ride to get a vaccine. Let us know. So the senator has been out with Councilmember Ayala, as Maggie just said, and with the New York Common Pantry and the New York Mets to distribute Thanksgiving food in East Harlem. If anyone, is struggling during this holiday season and needs assistance, you can always call our office and we'll do whatever we can to help and connect you with the appropriate resources. The next thing is this year in our state budget, we included a historic investment of $100 million for arts and culture organizations throughout the state through the New York State Council on the Arts, NYSCA. So the latest round of grant funding is now open, and arts and culture organizations that are either facing health and safety issues in their spaces or have other capital needs are encouraged to apply. So if you have any questions about how to apply for this capital funding, please reach out to our office. We're happy to help you with your application. So lastly, today, the senator was in East Harlem with Governor Hochul and Congressman Espaillat to tour the 2nd Avenue subway tunnels and to discuss the long-awaited expansion of the subway up to 125th Street. And it's now possible due to the new federal funds from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act signed by President Biden. So the MTA submitted a grant request to the U.S. Department of Transportation for phase 2 of the expansion, and that'll include the construction of 3 new subway stations at 106, 116th, and 125th. And lastly, again, as we approach the holidays, if any organizations are in need of PPE for food distribution or other community events, please feel free to contact our office. That includes hand sanitizer or masks. So yeah, thank you so much and have a safe and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Damaris. We have one question from a board member. Oops.
I'm sorry, Andrew. I was just
Okay.
hoping that Damaris could put her information in the chat if she hasn't already. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will put that in right now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You do have a question, though. Thank you, Isaac. You have a question from Nye Whitaker, Damaris.
Damaris, this is a follow-up from our November Health and Human Services Committee meeting for you to reach out to us regarding the resolution that we shared with you and making sure that we have the senator's support as he goes into the budgeting cycle for next year.
Yes, so you do have the senator's support, but I will also get back to you in writing about that. And in addition, we're also looking into, someone had a question about an injection site at 126th Street.
Yeah, and we can follow up about that offline because I think some of it is actually not within his district. It's in his neighboring senator's district. So we can talk about that offline.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Nye.
Thank you, my sister. Bye.
Bye. Happy Thanksgiving.
One more question for you, Damaris. Jessica Morris.
Thanks, Angel. Damaris, I'm not sure that you are going to have the answer to the question, but you did bring it up, and I know it is a hugely impactful project that is a pipe dream until all of a sudden it happens. I know that when the infrastructure bill was being worked on, there were some questions here about federal level provisions for local hiring with infrastructure projects. I don't believe that's anything the board of CB11 acted on to put forward statements about, and I don't believe there were any provisions at the federal level with regard to local hiring. Is there anything that the state senator can do as those funds get distributed from their point of view, or are you aware of any mechanisms to ensure that benefits from that pipeline of activity and disruption in our community can positively impact residents and locale?
That is a great question. Thank you for asking. That is something that we're looking into, and we're actually working closely with Congressman Espaillat's office on, communicating with the governor's office on these concerns, as well as, how this is going to affect businesses in the area and how, we can create more jobs. So I would definitely love to talk to you about this offline and see how we can continue to advocate for this.
Fantastic. I think there are a number of committees that would have interest in engaging that conversation, and the board, generally can't speak for the board, but public safety and transportation, and I'm sure economic development and culture, if not some other separate task force specifically geared towards guiding as much goodwill and benefits from that enormous pipeline to benefit community members in the highest good while we endure the incredible disruption of a transformational infrastructure project. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'll put my information in the chat, and we can definitely, and we're happy to join any committee meetings where this will be discussed, and we're happy to, pass the board's concerns on to the powers that be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Damaris. Thank you, Jessica. The next elected rep is Will Lopez with Councilmember Kalos's office.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So very quickly, just have 3 quick updates. First, the council member wants to wish everyone in CB11 a happy and safe Thanksgiving. And obviously, thoughts are with all the families out there that are still unhoused. We're working, with local shelters and local communities to make sure that folks in his area and his district have a warm place to have dinner on Thanksgiving. Secondly, update from last month, our bill regulating the Airbnbs and other shared vacation rentals, short-term rentals, will be passing on December 9th. So that bill is really impactful, especially here in East Harlem. It will make it so that in order for any person to become a host, they have to register with the city, they have to meet certain safety requirements, the lease has to be inspected, and we'll make it so that full apartment rentals are not possible, since that is actually against state law. And that will hopefully end the warehousing of affordable units that happens in neighborhoods like East Harlem. The last update that we have is this will be my last meeting as representative for CB11. So I just wanted to extend, a thank you to everyone on the board for, making me part of the CB11 family over the last almost 4 years. It's been really, really impactful. Made many friends here that will be friends for a lifetime. I'm not going far, I still live in the neighborhood. I'll still attend the meetings and try to be as engaged as I can as a resident. But I just wanted to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone on the board for all the work we've been able to do together. So with that, if you have any questions, if not, thank you so much.
Well, I don't have a question, Will, but I want to thank you for attending our meetings and always sharing the information of the councilman and what he's been doing, and just generally being an all-around engaged person in our meetings and in our community. So, I want to thank you for your service with the councilman and your service that you have rendered to us as his representative.
Thank you so much, Nelsa. It really means a lot.
Thanks, Will. Ditto with Nelson's comments from me. You have 2 questions from board members. First, Nye Whitaker, and then Alonzo Johnson.
Thank you, Angel. I want to echo Wilfredo. First of all, thank you for your commitment to our community, which includes you moving into the neighborhood to continue to be of service and being part of our beloved East Harlem. And I just want to express my thanks also to Councilmember Kalos. We are one of the smallest parts of his district, but he treats us with equal love. I just wanted to recognize, as I said, we have a resolution that was passed earlier this year. I want to make sure that it's on his radar. I will be sure to bump it back up to you in email. But I just want to thank the council member for pushing through a shelter to be placed in East Harlem. and living up to the fair share commitment that City Council made. I know it's a safe haven shelter in the works, but I just wanted to appreciate and acknowledge that partnership as we have the conversations as to how our community moves forward to take care of those who are most vulnerable and in need across our district. So thank you.
No, thank you, Nine. Of course, it's something that we've been very committed to in our office, and I'm, hoping that that work continues long after we're gone.
Thank you, Nine. Next question is from Alonzo Johnson.
Hi, hello, everyone. Not really a question, but I just wanted to quickly thank Wilfredo for all of his hard work. I would not be here if it was not for him. He moved into the neighborhood, and we became fast friends due to our mutual discretion of our landlord and the situation that our neighbors were in. So I'm not here as part of the board, to make a difference. And I wanted to thank Wilfredo for talking me into it. So I really appreciate it. So thank you for your hard work, sir.
No, thank you, Alonzo, and thank you not only for your service to the board, but thank you for the service to the neighborhood. We fought a long battle. You can share the fruits of that battle with the board on your time. But thank you so much for welcoming not only to the neighborhood, but also welcoming me to the board as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alonzo, and thank you, Will. Our next elected representative is Erica Gonzalez with Assemblymember Rodriguez's office. Erica? Still there? We lost Erica. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I think we lost Erica. So then I don't see any other elected reps other than Isabel from the Borough President's office.
So with that, we're gonna move to Isabel from the Manhattan Borough President's office.
Hi, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. I will not deliver the report. The notorious Gail A. Brewer will show up and deliver graciously.
Okay. Thank you so much, Isabel. So with that, we will hold a portion of our business session open for Madam Manhattan Borough President to give us a report. So with that, we
No, so I'm sorry, I missed the name at the bottom of the list.
Did you? Okay, add them on.
Philip Ellison from the Public Advocate's office.
Good afternoon. CB11, East Harlem, good to be with you before the holidays. I'm hoping you all are warm and well. I'm just in from feeding in different places in the community, and love to touch base if there's anywhere to support distributing food in the neighborhood tomorrow or on Thursday. I wanted to be, brief, but just some of the pieces that we've been working on, particularly the public advocate has, taken some of his policy making is personal and public. They're interwoven. The office released a report on maternal health inequities, particularly around Black women. The report, The Equitable Pregnancy Outcomes for Black and Brown New Yorkers, comes as the public advocate has been advancing city legislation on maternal health outcomes after he and his family shared the struggles with maternal health care inadequacies and inequities. His wife, unfortunately dealing with those challenges. And so this report is, really has recommendations. It has a number of policy and legislative items to it, and really tackling this Black maternal health and Brown maternal health challenges. And so thinking about women in our communities and the healthcare inequities in the healthcare system. So I'll make sure I'll drop that in the chat. And I think that's important as we look at, public health through a legislative lens and so forth. And so with that, I'll be here. Just came in, it literally just came in from feeding in Manhattan. And thank you for your time.
Are there any questions?
I don't see any hands also.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ellison. So with that, as I mentioned prior, when Gail joins our meeting, then I will carve out time for her to speak. So if there are no objections, we're going to move on to the business session of our meeting. And so with that, we're going to, the adoption of the board meeting minutes. The minutes from the last full board meeting were distributed to board members ahead of time. If there's no objection, we will adopt the minutes from that meeting. Board members, if you have any objection to adopting the minutes, you may raise your hand through Zoom. I don't see any objections. So with that, I'm going to, we'll adopt the minutes for the last full board meeting, and soon they will be available at the CB11 website. We're going to move to the chair report. I have been discussing lots of different things as the outgoing chair with my vice chair, Xavier Santiago, and our district manager. And so we are in the transition phase, so that with tonight's election, as things move forward, so that we can make sure there's a seamless transition. I have been at several meetings, both on Zoom and in person with community members. And so it is always important that we meet our community wherever we can. And with that, I've been doing UMES meetings and other meetings as well. So like I said, the next several weeks, I will be focusing on the transition with the district manager as well as with the vice chair as well. I want to take a moment and say how lucky and fortunate I've been to have such a great staff. I've mentioned it before, but I want to do a shout out to Carly Wine. Carly Wine has worked with she works with everything, and her enthusiasm is infectious, and her laugh, and I will dare say her giggle, is absolutely great. She is an honor. She has been an honor and a pleasure to work with. And I can't tell you, I think that she brings so much knowledge and so much enthusiasm, and she has a way of bridging gaps. And I will tell you that I personally have been very fortunate, and I was glad that I was part of the hiring committee that hired her, which tells you I've got good taste in people. Maybe not in other things, but in good people. And I just want to take a moment to thank her for becoming part of a team with Marlene. Marlene doesn't stay behind. She is amazing as a worker and as a community associate. And, you know, they both round off Mr. Angel Muscane. But the three of them as a team work really well on behalf of this community. And I would like to take a moment to say that I wish Carly the best always. I look forward to being engaged and seeing her be successful in everything she does. And I know how hard the three of them work in our community for this community. And I can't thank you all enough for the work you do. And Carly, my hat's off to you always. And with that, that's the end of my chair report for this month. We will now move on to the district manager's report. Mr. Muscane.
Thank you, Elsa. Get my list here. So good evening, everyone. So the report was shared, but I want to briefly comment on a couple of points. One, on November 12th, Land Use Committee Chair Elsie Encarnacion and I received a briefing from HPD and the designated developers for the, excuse me, 25th Precinct parking lot and East Harlem Multi-Service Center sites, which will be redeveloped as 100% affordable housing in compliance with the commitments ascribed in the East Harlem community, in the East Harlem rezoning from 2017's points of agreement. The development teams have been invited and are confirmed to present full projects at our land use committee meeting in January. I don't know the date off the top of my head, but in January. Then also on the 12th, Marlene and I met with the new owners of 1640 Park Avenue. It's a vacant lot at the corner of 116th Street. It was one of the lots that was, it's one of the sites that was impacted by the gas explosion a few years ago. Now the corner property has new owners and they're looking to develop a new residential building with approximately 25 units of housing. That site is subject to MIH, so there will be some affordable units in there. The developers have been invited and are committed to coming and speaking with the Land Use Committee in the coming new year. We have not set a date yet, hopefully early. On November 19th, I participated in the Manhattan Borough Service Cabinet meeting hosted by the Borough President's Office. The agenda focused on a presentation by the Department of Sanitation regarding its snow removal plan for 21-22. I will distribute the Manhattan plan to the board. I also subsequently met with that afternoon, because I made some comments during the Borough Service Cabinet meeting that got the attention of the Department of Health with regards to the possible safe injection site that was referenced earlier on 126th Street. We became aware, not officially, but through other channels, of this possibility on 126th Street. And I expressed my dissatisfaction and actually frustration that no formal notification had been given to the board. There had been a presentation last month, the month before, about the idea of one, but the information that was shared since that meeting, or the information that came to light since that meeting, not shared with us, was of an opening of an event celebrating the imminent opening of the center. I found that distressing and very frustrating, so I made those comments, and DOA reached out to have a conversation, which they denied that the site was opening. So I'm not going to get into the tit for tat. Let's just say I wasn't accepting of that line of explanation. So they've been invited to return to the Human Services Committee to further explain what their plans are and to address questions that I'm sure that will come up. Then two, final notes, important notes. One, since the last full board meeting, Francis Mastroda, a longtime member of CB11, has resigned. Francis, as you all know, is a fierce and passionate advocate for parks, community gardens, and environmental issues throughout our community. Francis, on a personal note, was the very first member to welcome me to CB11, and she never let me go. She urged me, she pushed me, she encouraged me while holding me accountable and allowing zero room for error or humoring any excuses. That was 11 years of just, learning at her side and, always being questioned, always being challenged. And I think that, I certainly improved as a result, and that's due to her, really, strong encouragement. I will miss her dearly. She, as we all know, is a force of nature with a reputation throughout the borough, if not the city, and truly an inspiration. And then secondly, and lastly, as Nosa alluded, we will be losing our Assistant District Manager, Carly Wine, who's moving on to a new career opportunity. This has happened now a couple of times since I've become district manager, and I'm attempting to get used to it, but I can't. Carly has been a vital part of our team since joining in 2019, hitting the ground running and never letting up. From the moment we interviewed her, we knew we had a good one. We were right, and Carly has been an absolute pleasure to work with and will be terribly missed. With genuine appreciation and affection, we say goodbye and thank you to our dear Carlos. That concludes my report.
You're muted,
Thank you.
Nelson. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Xavier. Thank you, Angel. Yeah, I can't say enough about Carly, but you're right. I was remiss. And because I have been talking to Frances offline, and so to me, she hasn't left the board, but she has left the board. And, you know, I'm just going to take a minute before moving on to our vice chair report, our officers reports. I can tell you, or I can tell you that you all know that when Frances loves something, you see it tremendously. You see it in her effort. You see it in how she advocates. And Frances loves her community. And while she loves all things environmental, East Harlem means the world to her. And we have been so fortunate as a community and as a board to have Frances always advocating. We are so lucky that she has mentored and brought community board members along, like Jessica Elliott, who does a phenomenal job. It's not easy following Frances Mastroda's shoes. And the fact that Jessica has seamlessly fit right in with opening up herself for questions and looking for the answers, which is something that Frances loved. And, you know, after, you know, we had a chair in between Frances and Jessica, but we have been very, very fortunate. And to me, Frances is not gone. I've talked to her about potentially thinking about being a public member. And I think that there should be many benches in New York City dedicated to Frances Mastroda, because she's just not a one bench kind of gal. With that, I'm going to my forever thanks, Frances. I want to now move over to the officers report. Our Vice Chair, Xavier Santiago, will now give his report. Xavier?
All right, thank you, Nelsa, and thank you everyone for being here. I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving first and foremost, so I don't forget. It's been very tough. It's their second year during the holidays with COVID, and any people you know that may be alone, just reach out, make a phone call, set up a Zoom, even if you can't see them in person. I can't impress that enough. The holidays are a very lonely time. During this holiday season, actually, we had our Open Streets Trunk or Treat and Candy Apple giveaway, sponsored by Diana Ayala and a lot of our electeds. Thank you to the volunteers that came out and joined us on 101 and 119th and Pleasant. It was a lot of fun. I think we served, and Carrie King could probably tell me, but I think we served over 1,000 kids alone at 101 and Lexington. That's just fantastic. We've been reaching out into the community throughout November, checking in with a lot of our TA presidents, making sure that they have the needs met, whether they need food supplies or PPE. Continue doing that. This the 17th, I attended a breakfast over at Terrence Cardinal Cook in regards to current financial needs and how Medicaid and Medicare dovetails with how they supply the community. Attended Borough Board with our Chair Nilsa, and we've just been trucking along very heavily. So again, keeping it very brief, I'm very inspired to see everyone pushing forward and all the work that's being done on the committees. I've tried to attend all of them this month, but missed a handful. So thank you very much, and I wish you again a happy Thanksgiving. There's a hand up, I believe, from Nye.
Nye?
That was actually for the previous, but thank you. It was just a point to say I would love to see how we can explore in the next executive committee meeting how to harness some of that institutional knowledge that comes from these amazing longtime members, especially because we have so many new members who came on, 2 cycles during the pandemic, and to see what we can do, whether that's in some sort of mentorship or, phone a friend, whatever we can do to make sure that we are able to tap into that amazing knowledge and history and wisdom as we move forward as CB11 into our next cycle, because I feel like amazing people like Frances just have just a wealth of information that, if we sat down all day and all night and recorded it, we could never quite capture. So I'm happy to explore, in our board meeting, as we talk about how do we nurture, new members and keep the board growing. Is there some sort of way that we could have some sort of mentorship or onboarding or other way that we engage these amazing members as they cycle off? So thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Nye. We have spoken about that in the past, creating, I see that Jessica mentioned a buddy system. Xavier and I have looked into that, and that's something that for whatever, like for different reasons, did not get off the way we wanted to, but Xavier and I have been talking about putting that something back on the table. And now with the new year and as things settle down, that's one of the things that his leadership is going to look into, unwrapping and trying to adopting. So yes, we've talked about it for several years, and we put in some kind of mentorship in small ways, but finding a way that's more streamlined and something that is an actually dedicated part of the community board experience. Our onboarding has changed. Thank Angel and Carly for that. And Angel has done a tremendous amount of work on onboarding, and our processes have changed, but it'll be interesting to see how it will move forward in the new year.
That includes you, Milsa. That includes
yes,
us having you,
I will
Milsa,
be
on speed
involved.
dial.
Yes, sweetheart, I will be involved as well, always.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Are
Look,
there any other questions for
Well,
Xavier?
I just had one thing before you go to Angel had his hand up, but I just want to impress upon everyone, like earlier in the summer when we said goodbye to Joe Goldblum, Joe was a wealth of knowledge for me when it came to all things budget and how the city works. Frances on the other side was all things parks. And when she took me for coffee, like over 12 years ago, and sat down, and like Angel, you described it best. I mean, she drilled into me in a way that I can't even begin to describe. But since that time, it's served as an inspiration and a motivation to finally focus our efforts. And so it's a real shame, but she's not going to be a stranger. I've got an email from her, so I'm very pleased about that. So with that, I'll conclude my report so you can field any questions. Thank you.
Angel?
I didn't have a question so much for Xavier, but just to follow up on Nye's comment that just to let folks know that we have been looking very seriously into a cloning program, because it doesn't seem like the board members are evolving at the rate of speed of a Francis French Troda. So we're gonna try maybe some stem cell stuff. We'll report back next month.
And with that, I'm going to move on to the treasurer report to see if Jason has anything he would like to report. And if
No
he does
report,
not-
Madam Chair. Just want to say happy Thanksgiving to our beautiful board, and everybody enjoy that meal in the next coming days. God bless.
Thank you, Jason. We appreciate you always. And so we thank you for your service as our treasurer. Jessica Morris has a hand up.
Yeah, I've got a question to the non-report, but it's more of a general shout out. I was made aware earlier this week about a number of resiliency projects that were identified by the outgoing mayor. And on the list of about 25 that were announced as being fast-tracked for delivery and funding, there were at least 4 in the East Harlem community that I could immediately identify. So I'm not sure if there's some follow-up there, if we're already aware of those points of support and timelines in project processes, but I think that is worth noting, celebrating, and acknowledging. Happy to be more specific, and Angel, I'm happy to send you a link to the press release if you want to share more detailed information with the board or our treasurer.
Sure.
Thank you, Jessica. Beverly Pavone has a hand up.
Yes, I just want to go back on the district manager's report when Angel spoke about the center that's opening up on 126th Street. I got some information regarding that from the Harlem Neighborhood Block Association that had a lot of information on that. So I did forward it to you, Angel, to send out to the rest of the board members in regards to that.
Thanks, Beverly.
Thank
And
you.
happy
Beverly.
holidays, everyone.
Thank you, Beverly. Are there any other comments or questions? I don't see any hands, but you know, I'm vision impaired. But if Angel, if you don't see any hands, then I'm going to move on to the next part of the agenda, which is the committee reports and the action items. Okay, so with that, we're gonna start with, I don't know if Adem Briha is here. I don't think he is, but we're gonna go to licenses and permits. Judith, would you like to say anything if Adem is not here, or shall I just continue through the action items?
You can continue with the action items. I have the documents here, but if there's any problem, I'll chime in.
Thank you, Judith. So I'm going to first start with the first item. There is a denial. The committee made a motion to deny the application of Alex 123 for new beer and cider license for a restaurant located at 1928 3rd Avenue. You will also notice that that is going to also be part of new business. Is listed as new business on our agenda, but
Nilsa?
yes,
we had asked that Alex or some representative be here because it is a new application.
okay. The committee though put to deny, but then I'm looking at the agenda. So you see on the, after the elections committee carries out their process, there's a new business for the Alex 123. So I'm assuming that that is when he will be here to entertain this application again.
No, so
Okay.
they're here for the end of the meeting.
Oh, they
Okay.
are? Okay,
Yes.
okay,
Uh-huh.
all right, fine.
Okay, so what, so I'm going to, we're going to take a vote on that denial because the committee put it to deny, and then we'll revisit it. We'll look at it as new business. So,
Madam Chair, sorry, just before you go forward with the vote, I'm just double checking because I've been looking at the materials.
do I have a wrong agenda?
I'm so sorry, when I Google, I don't find an Alex 123 Corp. So I'm just curious, same thing for number 2 with Perez Familia. Are these operating under different names the same way like item number 4 is, 1509 Lex, DBA La Chouque. When I Google in the New York database, the hospitality database for item number 1 and item number 2, I don't see any restaurants registered for those particular names related to the corporation or the LLC. So just want to clarify if they're going to be presenting to our community with different names, should they be approved in the future?
I can answer that, Nelson.
Thank you.
That is standard practice. It is the corp that is licensed, not the name of the establishment. But the applicant can certainly address that question as to what the establishment will be called once that application is considered. But that is standard practice.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Angel. I just think
You're
it's
welcome.
helpful for us to know what it'll be called when it opens in the future. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, they can either do it by their trade name or they can do it by their corporate name.
Thank you, Judith. So I'm gonna address item number 1, the denial of the application of Alex 123 Corp. for new beer and cider license. That was the recommendation from the committee. So I want to put that for separate vote, Angel, for the denial during this portion of the meeting. And then I will be looking to batch applications, subsequent applications that are listed on the agenda. So Angel, could you move forward to call a roll call vote to deny the application of Alex 123 as recommended by the committee?
Sure. Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Eric Alcancela, Adem Brija, Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Ann Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz, Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Jose Encarnacion,
Yes.
Luz Febraro,
yes,
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Josendi Garcia, David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey, Jada Heredia, James Horton,
Yes. Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Trisha Martin,
Yes.
Malik McCullough, Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
I'm sorry, Angel, was there a second?
Yes, Malik, yes.
thank you, Malik. Motions from committee don't require a motion or a second. So you're free to just go ahead and vote.
I don't understand, but I support this measure, so yes.
Thank you. Nosa Arama,
Yes.
Beverly Pabon,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Shirley Pena, Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez, Savasia Robinson Teague, Tasha Rodriguez,
Yes.
sorry, Natasha, was that you? I couldn't hear you. Say that again. I couldn't hear who that was. Was that Natasha or Savasia?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Juan Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Benny Torres, Jason Villanueva, Candy Vasquez.
Yes.
Thank you. Candy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire,
I know, I don't know if we're gonna get to that now. We got a lot of stuff.
whoever that is, please mute. Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
Yes.
Okay. Jordan Wright, Jason Wu. The motion passes.
Thank you, Angel.
You're
And
welcome.
so, as I mentioned, I'm going to look to bundle some of the recommendations for the committee, and I'm just gonna briefly step away and have Xavier handle it, but what I'm looking to bundle will be number 2, to approve the committee's recommendation to approve the application of the Perez Familia LLC for, I'm sorry, not number 2. I mean, number 3, I'm looking at the renewals, my apologies. So I'm looking to bundle number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 7. Those are all approvals to renew wine, beer, and cider licenses. So the first one is for a hot jalapeno restaurant doing business at 219 East 116th Street. Number 4 is approve the application to renew wine, beer, and cider at 1569 Lexington Cafe at 1569 Lexington Avenue approve the application of 1567 Lexington Avenue, which is the 1567 Lexington Cafe Corp. And approve the application of This Fruiting LLC to renew a wine, beer, and cider license at 1651 Lexington Avenue. Xavier, can I ask you to move on with this process while I step away a minute?
Yes, we have a hand raised from Nye Whitaker.
It's just the same thing I was mentioning before. I would love to see as we move into 2022, if we could amend our paperwork to ask, and even though I know what Angel said about what's required, I still think we should ask for what the corporation or LLC's name is, in addition to what name they'll be operating under. So just re-upping that for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Nye. We do ask for that, but they're not required by the state to provide it at the time of their application. So sometimes when they have it, they will provide it. And sometimes they'll apply and not have it yet. In those instances, we don't have it.
So meaning that they haven't decided on what?
On what they're going to call it. They're going to call it ABC
Gotcha.
restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because when I search for some of these places, they don't come up. So that's great. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Nye, for your question. Xavier, if you can just take over a minute, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So to restate it, Nilsa, we have, and correct me, Angel, because I was trying to follow along, but there were a couple interruptions there. We are bundling, it is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, correct? No.
No, we're bundling the renewals first. So we're bundling 3,
Mhm.
we're bundling 4, we're bundling 5,
Okay,
and
6
we're
and 7.
bundling 7. Those are all the wine, beer, and cider license renewals. So that's why I bundled them,
Okay.
even though there was a renewal for full liquor licensees.
Okay, all right. So
We actually bundled those at the committee meeting.
Great, thank you.
All right. Xavier or Nilsa, would you, could I suggest just reviewing all the rest of the recommendations from this committee?
Yeah.
And if after that request, if the board is okay with just either accepting all the recommendations and just having one vote?
Okay. In the
Just
interest
to,
of
just
time.
so, it's just so that people don't have to hear me calling out their names 800 times.
Okay.
Unless of course, unless of course,
No.
folks, would prefer
No,
another way.
that's also in the interest of time as well, because we have an elections going on. So with that, Xavier, I'm gonna let you tackle that while I step away a minute. Thank you.
okay, thank you. All right, Angel, I'm going to read these in for the record of items of all of the approved items, which was how it was handled at committee. Number 2 on ours is approve the application of Perez Familia LLC for a new wine, beer, and cider license for a restaurant located at 2108 2nd Avenue, Cross Street, 109th Street. Number 3 is approve the application of Hot Jalapeno Restaurant Corp. doing business as Hot Jalapeno Restaurant to renew a wine, beer, and cider license number 1266952 for a restaurant located at 219 East 116th Street Avenue, 3rd Avenue. Number 4, approve the application of 1569 Lex Corp. Doing business La Chouk to renew a wine, beer, and cider license number 1284867 for a restaurant located at 1569 Lexington Avenue, 100th Street. 5, approve the application 1567 Lex Corp. Doing business as Effie's Kitchen to renew a wine, beer, and cider license number 1287495 for a restaurant located at 1567 Lexington Avenue and Cross Street, 100th Street. Number 6, approve the application for 1779 Restaurant Corp. to renew a full liquor license number 1247877 for a restaurant located at 1779 Lexington Avenue and Cross Street, 110th Street. And number 7, approve the application of Disfruting LLC doing business as Allison to renew a wine, beer, and cider license number 1319295 for a restaurant located at 1651 Lexington Avenue, aka 153 East 104th Street, Cross Street of 104th. If there is a motion, the committee approved these. If there's a motion to carry to approve the committee's recommendation.
I motion to approve.
Okay, Angel, Please call the roll.
Sure, give me a second.
Was there a second?
In this particular instance, there's one of two ways we could second. It's not necessary because it's already passed through committee.
Jose, so again, this is a
yes.
motion to accept the recommendations of committee for agenda items 2 through 7. Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Eric Alcancela, Gambrija, Londa Brown,
Yes.
Chan. Ann Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz, is not here. Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Garcia Encarnacion,
Sorry, you wouldn't unmute. Yes.
okay. Judith Fabraro,
Yes,
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Sandy Garcia, not here. David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey, here. Jada is not here. Excuse me. James Horton,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Pat Martin,
Yes.
Malik McCullough,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelsa Arama,
Yes.
Rolly Pavon,
Yes.
Drew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Shirley Peña is not here. Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez.
Yes.
You guys just did that in harmony. That was funny. Sebastian Robinson Teague. Nope. Tasha Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. John Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Nate Torres is not here. Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Candy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker, Michelle Witcher Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright is not here. Jason Wu is not here. Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Next is the number 8 Thanksgiving dinner, application number 602944, street event on November 24th. Set up 10 a.m., breakdown 5:30 p.m., location East 109th Street between Madison and Fifth Avenue. Street closure, curb lane only, and applicant is Judy Seacon, and sponsor New York Common Pantry. And the committee recommended that this application be approved. Is there a motion
wait
to?
a second. Xavier, it's not a full street closure.
Yes, the curb lane only.
It's a curb, exactly.
Curb lane only.
Okay.
Yeah, I read that into the record. Thank you, Judy. With that being said, is there a motion to accept the committee's recommendation to approve?
Motion, Jessica Morris.
Okay, call the roll, Angel.
Okay, Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Rica Cancela, Dan Brija, Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Chan,
Yes.
Jan Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz is absent. Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Ferraro,
yes,
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Jose Garcia is absent. David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green, Robert Harvey, absent. Jada is absent. James Horton,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Malik McCullough,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
thank you. Nosa Arama,
Yes.
Beverly Pabon,
Yes.
thank you. Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
thank you. Miguel Pava,
Yes.
is absent. Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez,
Yes.
Vasia Robinson Teague is absent. Matt Rodriguez,
Yes.
Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Jenny Torres is absent. Jason Villanueva, Candy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
yes, and my screen froze for the previous vote, which was a yes as well. I apologize.
thank you, Nye. Michelle Butcher Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright is absent. Jason Wu is absent. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you. One last one for this committee. The motion.
Xavier,
Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but 9 through 14 we bundled because it's all the stickball.
9 through 14. We're on to motion to pass the resolution regarding New York State Liquor Authority's restaurant alcohol delivery and takeout program.
I thought we did that already.
Nope, that is the next thing on the agenda. So,
Okay.
Jessica, you have your hand raised?
I do. It's not to make a motion. I have a point of clarification, but I'm not sure this is the right time for that.
Okay, all right. We will circle back. Okay, so the committee made a motion and to support a resolution to support the resolution regarding the New York State Liquor Authority's restaurant alcohol delivery and takeout program. Judith, do you want to speak to this?
What was that? Adam's resolution?
Adem's resolution.
Yeah, and he's not here, so.
But the committee, do we have the resolution to pull up on the screen? But it did pass, correct?
Yes.
Hold on. Are there any questions from the board regarding it? Because the committee recommended it to be approved. Yes, Beverly.
Yes, thank you. My concerns with this, I know that they want to do it for temporary, but they're hoping that everything goes successful with this. And I know it's helping the industry, the restaurant industry, but my concern is the drinking age is 21. So how do we, safeguard that children, people under 21 are not using this to get liquor and, beers and stuff delivered to them.
Is there any?
Xavier.
Okay,
Yep.
excuse
Yep.
me, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Hold on, one at a time.
Adam Briha is calling in now, so.
Judith, do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah?
We hear you, Adam. Would you like to speak to that? To the question?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, yes, I can answer that question. So we spoke about that at the committee, and basically the delivery apps that you would use currently to order liquor online from a restaurant, you can already do that from any liquor store. And they all have mechanisms in place that the drivers have to ID the person at the door the same way they would do if the underage person were to go into a restaurant and get alcohol. So if you went on like Uber Eats right now, even though the restaurant program's been shut down, you can order alcohol from your local liquor store. So this would be no different. I mean, if you're worried about kids going and using an online app to order alcohol, they could theoretically do that now, but those companies are supposed to have their drivers ID anybody who purchases it before they hand it over.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. Jessica, you had a question regarding this motion to pass the resolution?
I do, yeah, and I am on the committee and I didn't bring it up then and probably should have, but just wanted to raise the question now as a general point of question. That's regarding putting forward motions that could impact business when committee members are perhaps business owners. Is that necessarily a conflict of interest that would need to be stated? Or is it such a sort of big issue and the potential benefit of supporting something so far removed that it is not actually? I mean, I think conflict of interest is real or perceived in my understanding, but some clarification would be helpful.
So to answer your question, in this particular instance, if anyone had a question, they could call the Conflict of Interest Board. It is not a direct from first inspection. It's in general resolution to support all restaurants to do this. So it would be very clear that it would not be a direct conflict of interest in this particular example. If it would be something that would directly benefit the person individually in an exchange, monetary exchange, for example, that would be a direct conflict of interest in that particular case. But again, this is not renewal of a liquor license application is an example of a conflict of interest. Be present, not voting. This is just a resolution being supportive of. So I hope that clarifies, but more than pleased to go into more detail later. Candy?
I would like to just second the motion.
Okay, we're waiting for a first. So you got dibs. So we're
okay. So then I motion.
We're accepting their okay. Nye?
Then if Candy's first, I'm seconding the motion.
We don't in this particular instance.
Thanks,
Nye. This particular call the roll, please, Angel. In this particular instance, we don't need to because we're taking the committee's recommendation. Go on, Angel.
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo.
Yes.
It wasn't Stephanie Arroyo.
I'm sorry, I was yawning.
Okay, there we go. Eric Alcancela. Is absent. And then Briha,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan. Eva,
Yes.
Dan Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz is absent. Angela Donadell,
No.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsa Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Febraro, Judith,
Yes,
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Sandy is absent. David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey is absent. Jada Heredia is absent. James Horton,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Pat Martin,
Yes.
Malik McCullough, Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelsa Orama,
Yes.
Beverly Pabon,
Quick question. In regards to statement 2 for this resolution, they're not making it permanent now. If it's successful, would this come back to the committee to make it permanent?
That is always a possibility, Beverly. We can reserve the right to amend a previously stated position in a resolution.
Okay, thank you.
right.
So now my answer is no.
Andrew Padilla.
Angel, did you get my yes?
Is Malik? I did not hear you. No. So you're a yes. Okay. Thank you, Malik. Where was I? Andrew.
Yes.
Gracias. Miguel Pava.
Yes.
Shirley Pena is out. Art Perez.
Yes.
Robert Perez.
Yes.
Savasia is out. Matt Rodriguez.
Yes.
Juan Sanders.
Yes.
Xavier Santiago.
Yes.
Isaac Scott.
Yes.
Russell Schuler.
Yes.
Vinny Torres is out. Excuse me. Jason Villanueva. Andy Vasquez.
Yes.
Hi Whitaker.
Yes.
Michelle Witcher-Clement.
Yes.
Jordan Wright is out. Jason Wu is out. The motion passes.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much. That concludes the License and Permits Committee action items. I'm going to move on now to Environment, Open Space and Parks. Jessica Elliott, our chair, the committee.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to piggyback off of everything everyone has said about Carly and Francis. Just two incredible people that we've been blessed to have part of our committee and our community board. So just, keep in touch and don't be a stranger. Our informational updates, just wanted to let everyone know that Luminosity isn't happening at Randall's Island this year. We also talked with Randall's Island and a community member about noise from car parties that are happening in the park that are carrying across the river and impacting residents on the other side. So we thought it would be great for, I'll reach out to the Public Safety and Transportation Committee so that we can team up on that noise issue. We had a presentation by EDC. It was an update presentation about the art for the flood wall project at the Metropolitan Hospital. So we had already heard about the art and approved the flood wall project, but now we are approving the art specifically, which is focusing on the Young Lords and the culture of El Barrio through historic images of the 60s and 70s, which are graphically interpreted on glass panels. So there were renderings and things, and we had a motion to support that project. It was passed unanimously. Our second presentation was by NYCHA and the Green Infrastructure Program for DEP's cloudburst studies for Clinton houses. So in partnership with the Mayor's Office of Resiliency, they're looking at ways to develop flood risk protection through a variety of solutions. So this is a conceptual project to test feasibility through practice locations. And this is, they would work with the community in order to develop the design. And that process would begin in late 2021, early 2022, and then construction would begin in 2023, 2024. So that we're asked for a letter of support to secure funding from FEMA, which was passed unanimously by our committee. And then in new business, just wanted to let everyone know that partially Carly's idea, we would like to do a spotlight for community members. So we're going to continue that conversation in our committee, but we'd like to explore ways that we could acknowledge both regular community members and people with organizations that are doing great work in our community, which there are plenty, thankfully. So please reach out to me if you would like to get involved with that or make a suggestion. And then we also talked about letter of support committee guidelines. So we've started a Google document and have introduced it at executive as well. So our intention is to formalize this document for our committee and then to hopefully use that as reference point to generate sort of requirements and things that the community board would like to see and let people know when they're coming to the committees to ask for a letter of support. What's the timeline? What are we asking in terms of local hiring? Other things that each of our committees are doing. So we're going to continue to work on that and we'll pass it along. Thank you.
Great, I see. Thank you very much, Jessica. We have one hand raised, Judith, and then Jessica Morris.
Hi, I'm sorry to go backwards, but did we vote on the stickball?
Which one?
On my license and permit.
Hi, Xavier, it's Marlene. May I speak, please, to Judith's point, if that's okay?
Yes, please, Marlene.
Okay, Judith, during your meeting, you guys did not vote on the stickball events. You asked Alex to come back in December, and that's what you all agreed on. Do you remember that? There was no vote for those items.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can lower your hand, Judith. Jessica had a question regarding environment, open space and parks.
Yeah, just I guess it's not a question, but a comment. I should probably bring it to committee, but I will just make a note here. After last month's full board presentation of the New York City Racial Justice Commission presentation on Charter Revision Commission and the discussion that we had with regard to the Golf Shack or the Drive Shack, the Golf Center on Randall's Island, specifically that was a similar type of feedback that I heard with regard to the Alaska Rink and provisions for benefits to local community members when there are huge capital investments made in Parks and Rec that can support not only active lifestyles, but networking and all of the good things that we heard last month. I brought it to board chair and a number of other committee chairs that may be relevant, urging to consider the board putting forward testimony to the New York City Racial Justice Commission for this point. So I've pulled points from the New York City Charter excerpts that are related to the issue, and they range from Chapter 8 in city planning to Chapter 14 franchises and revocable consents and concessions to Chapter 21 parks. Again, coming out of the Parks Committee, perhaps in concert with Economic Development and the Youth and Education Committee, I would urge folks like Russell Schuler, who had an incredible voice, to share and comment on some of these potential benefits and the omissions of community participation in processes like the Public Design Commission review of public projects and the responsibility of parks and a very limited point of concessioning. So I won't go on, but I would urge either the Parks Committee or another committee whom I've mentioned to consider picking that up if there is testimony that can still be submitted after the final hearing that happened on the 18th last week.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessica. And I would encourage all of our members to, you have each other's emails, so this is something we can share with each other. And I encourage all of our chairs to pick up the ball and run with it when you can. And because the work is done at committee. Thank you, Jessica. If there are no more questions that are germane to the two action items, in the interest of time, I'd like to bundle both of these together, number 10 and 11. Support the art design for the FEMA flood wall at Metropolitan Hospital, and support NYCHA and NYC DEP's cloudburst proposal at Clinton Houses and FEMA grant application. So they were both approved from the committee. So I will entertain a motion to combine and support the committee's recommendation. John Green, your hand's up.
So moved.
Okay. All right. Call the roll, please, Angel.
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dan Brija,
Yes.
Londa Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Ann Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz is out. Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Ferbraro,
yes,
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Jose Garcia is out. David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey, and Jada Heredia are out. James Horton,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Quinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Pat Martin,
Yes.
Malik McCullough,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris.
Yep.
Also, sorry, Jessica,
Yes.
did you say yep or no?
Yep,
Oh, okay.
that's a yes.
Okay, I got it. I missed the beginning, I only caught the PE. Nosa Arama,
Yes.
Beverly Pabon,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Pava,
Yes.
Shirley Pena is out. Art Perez, Robert Perez,
Yes.
Sebastian Robinson Teague is out. Matt Rodriguez,
Yes.
John Sanders,
I have to abstain for now based on 11, the community engagement fees.
Xavier Santiago,
Abstain.
got it.
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Benny Torres, and Jason Villanueva. No, Benny Torres is out. Jason Villanueva, Candy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Witcher Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright, and Jason Wu are out. The motion passes.
Thank you very much, Angel. And Jessica, thank you very much for your presentation to the committee and the continued advocacy. Next, we have housing, John Green.
Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. And also, secondly, I would say youth and education and budget and district needs committees will not be the same anymore since Carly is leaving. Good luck to you in all your endeavors, Carly. Basically, the housing minutes are for entertainment purposes only. We basically just discussed the use of pressurized walls to make spare rooms, and Wilfredo Lopez from Councilman Mikalos's office and came and did a presentation, and we also had a discussion on measures to prevent housing displacements in the community. And that's really about it. Again, happy Thanksgiving to all, and see you at the next full board.
Great. Thank you so much, John. I don't see any hands up. So I'm going to keep us moving along. Next is our public safety and transportation. Jose Altamirano.
There I am. Good evening, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving as well. Hope everyone will have a good time. Tonight we have one action item, which is the support of the coning of East 97th Street between 5th and Madison as Saint Tikhon Way. We had a very complete package and a history lesson in the way in regards to Saint Tikhon. It's really interesting to see just how much history and how much heritage our community has. So it was great seeing that, and we passed it in the committee, and I'd like to move forward to see what we can do in passing it tonight. Do you want to do that first? And I wanted to talk about the committee.
You can finish your committee report, and then I'll take up the action item. Thank you, Jose.
All right, perfect. Most of the committees for informational purposes, we did have a beginning conversation in regards to public safety and having DOT in particular crosswalks have a dedicated only for pedestrians. This is as much for the pedestrian safety as well as for those driving. Currently on 116 3rd, 116 in Lexington and other, we've had huge number of tickets given out for failure to yield. This is going up tremendously, more of a fundraising than a public safety situation. We're looking to have a pedestrian only signal, which would greatly improve traffic, because even if you're making a right turn, you have to wait for the pedestrians to pass first. So you're not really turning. It wouldn't really add, but we'll continue to work on this as well as electric vehicles. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Jose. Not seeing any hands raised. The committee had passed to support the co-naming of East 97th Street between 5th Avenue and Madison Avenue as Saint Tikhon Way. Yes, Nye, and then.
Sorry, there was just a quick question. My understanding was that the congressman and the governor did a tour of the 2nd Avenue subway status in Harlem. I was just wondering if there was an update from that activity.
I do not have an update of that. I forgot a part that Jessica Elliott brought up. We did get a complaint regarding the sound coming over the river from Randall's Island. We believe that has notoriously been a place for like car parties late at night, particularly even competition of speakers, which are these huge vans or cars that are just full of speakers, and the sound that comes from them is impressive. So I'll definitely reach out to Jessica so we can continue working with that together.
Thank you. Jessica Morris.
Sorry, just a point of clarification, Jose, the location that you were suggesting the exclusive pedestrian signal, right now there are maybe 35 exclusive pedestrian only signals, but they are at three-way intersections that exist throughout our district when streets end because of a nitrous superblock. Are you proposing or suggesting that there be a pedestrian exclusive signal at a four-way intersection along East 116th Street, which I think is an incredible sort of generous gesture to pedestrianism, but I guess I wasn't able to participate in the committee meeting, so I apologize for bringing this here, but if you can just clarify exactly where you're suggesting the pedestrian exclusive signal.
Oh yeah, I'm suggesting it in any of our streets that are like, we have heavy pedestrian traffic. I think that if we are looking for vision zero which is what the city put out, but never really accomplished. But if we're really looking for public safety, definitely something like that, particularly at our main intersections. The DOT actually informed us, Lyle actually had some good information for us this time, where they currently have something with a lead time where they would give, everything is red, and then they give pedestrians a 5 to 10 second head start to cross. So yes, the answer to your question is yes, and we can definitely talk offline about this.
Sure, just to clarify, that second part is a pedestrian priority signal and exists prevalently also throughout our district. They're different though.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
Happy to continue the discussion.
That's what Lyle brought up to us, that it already exists, but we have not implemented it. So at this point, we may go with that kind of implementation first and see how that goes. That's
Good. I look forward to this coming back to committee and a position being taken. Thank you very much. I saw some hands up, but they've been lowered. We're now going to, since seeing there are no more, going to the committee.
also Xavier.
Yes.
I'm actually, for our own safety, it was nice that we have a biometric protection here, in terms of voice recognition for Major Muscane. Did it in the last vote. I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, dearly noted. Thank you. So we had support the co-naming of East 97th Street between 5th Avenue, Madison Avenue, St. Ticon Way. The committee voted to support this renaming. I will now accept a motion from the floor to support the committee's recommendation. Hand raised from Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
I would like to support the co-naming of East 97th Street to St. Ticon Way.
All right. Thank you. Please call the roll, Rachel.
Jose Altamirano,
yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dan Brija,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Ann Collier,
Yes.
Angela Donato,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Ferbraro,
Yes.
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Eva Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
James Horton,
Can I not come?
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
And stay.
Yes.
And Jen.
Sorry, that was a yes. Yes.
thank you, Ivy. Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Tom Malave,
Yes.
Trisha Martin,
Yes.
Malik McCullough,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelsa Arama,
Yes.
Beverly Pabon,
Abstain.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez,
Yes.
Tasha Rodriguez,
Yes.
Dawn Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes, I do.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
She said yes in the chat.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
Yes.
So thank you, whoever told me that she said yes in the chat, but unless she's having audio trouble, it was said at the beginning that the votes have to
is.
be on the record. Okay, not in the chat. Those votes can be, can be challenged. The motion passes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That concludes our Public Safety and Transportation Committee report and action item. We're going to take a brief pause because it's my understanding that Gail Brewer, our borough president, is on with us now. Is that correct? I got a text from Isabel.
That is correct.
Do not. Okay, she's in the attendees.
Just give me a second.
Yep.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Gail, you're on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate I don't want to be too much of a interrupter because I know your program is ongoing, but I'll be quick. I think you might have heard today that the Second Avenue subway tour was quite amazing. And the fact of the matter is that the job aspect is what I want to focus on. I don't know if the community board has already done this, but you heard that City College is going to work through job situations with the Charles B. Rangel Center there. I guess I would say to Board 11 is really focus on this. I know that we've had the center. I know that Hector Santana was there, but I do think that between the CTE, high schools, CUNY, and City College, every single effort should be made, particularly with the NYCHA residents, to get them jobs, thousands and thousands of jobs. But you know what happens if you don't start now, then the person's not ready. I assume you're doing that, but it would seem to me that should be a huge priority. And particularly when people see something being built and, you know, so it's noisy, it's dirty, it's challenging, and they don't have a job, and they could. So I hope that happens. My understanding is that even though the tunnel is built up to 120th Street, from 120 to 125th, and you may have heard all this earlier, that is where the blasting and the major work is going to have to be done, not to mention all of the other aspects that have to be done even before you get there. So I throw that out, but if you want me to work with you on the job aspect, I'd be glad to. I think we've talked a lot about the opioid settlement funds, but again, whether there's money, I like to make sure you're aware of it. So again, the mayor's going to have, and I assume it'll be Mayor Adams, $276 million, $256 million from the $4.5 billion settlement to the credit of Attorney General James, just for figuring out what to do about those who have some kind of a drug treatment issue, drug substance abuse. Now, we don't want more places. We don't want more. We do not want methadone. We do not necessarily want more, but we do want to know what you can do with the money that would be helpful in East Harlem. You got to come up with that list and what it is. That's a lot of money, and it should go to your community, in my opinion, a lot of it. In terms of Metropolitan Hospital, I know you talked earlier. I'm very frustrated by the fact that the ER needs to be upgraded. It'll make a huge difference for the hospital. I'm the one that's sort of fussing about it. It has to be federal money, I think, but certainly others could help, city and state. So I bring it up because if we don't advocate for it, it's not going to happen. And nobody else seemed to be focused on it except the hospital. And we did work, thanks to Isabel. We worked with the residents to have some trash coverage north of 96th Street around the hospital. So we managed to get, to the credit of the sanitation department, baskets and receptacles in that area. And hopefully the rats will not get into them. They're not supposed to. Something that I have discovered, and you probably too, is these fulfillment centers. Some people call them dark stores. I don't know if you've seen them. I've seen them all over, and they're making me nuts. They are, you can not get into it. You can't go in the store. You can simply order from the store on an app, which of course already means a lot of people can't use it. And you are guaranteed that your apple, your cilantro, your mac and cheese is going to be with you in 15 minutes. And to me, this makes no sense. And guess who's really upset? The bodegas are contacting me like crazy. The grocery stores, the delis, it's all run by big VCs and hedge funds. It is not owner operated. So, and the worst part is, this is the second horrible part, is that if you'll see these young people, or maybe somewhat older, on a bicycle. We all know about delivery people. I could talk about them forever. But the issue is on the back, it says, and you've seen them, I will get your food in 15 minutes. Well, guess what? We already have no rules of the road. I happen to work with the delivery people. I love the delivery people. They need to have their own issues addressed. They have a whole bunch of them, but they also need to obey rules of the road. How can you do that when you got this BC company telling you you have to get me my apple in 15 minutes? I don't even know if they're legal because they are a fulfillment center. It doesn't say so in the, there's no word for that in the zoning. And are they warehouse? If you can't go in, it's not a deli, it's not a store, it's not a grocery store. So we're trying to find out, nobody seems to know if they're legal or not. So we've written letters, we're gonna have press conferences, we're gonna make sure that people know where they are. I am sure they are in East Harlem. So I just bring, make sure that you're aware of that. We're in contact with city planning, the buildings department, the health department, and even the SLA is involved because they're also moving the liquor around. So 15 minutes, no way. I think you know that January 15th is going to be the deadline for open meetings law. I don't know if it's going to stick with that. That deadline is also the housing eviction moratorium deadline, which I hope gets moved. That's another story. But we will have the owls, which are the device that you can use so that you can continue depending whether how that open meetings law on the state level goes. If you're in person, but also hybrid, the owl will make that meeting much better. And there's going to be training thanks to Beta NYC in our office. Open restaurants, I think there will be a, because you and all the other Manhattan boards made a big correct fuss about the process, there is going to be a task force. It's not going to be implemented until you have decided what it should be, in my opinion. And the folks who are doing this task force, whatever it is, are going to come to the borough board. I just want to mention, because I'm really proud of this, and I think I did before, that this $20 million to Chinatown. It's not your area, but it is known well that Chinatown got hurt badly in no workers in terms of the office workers, no court workers, no tourists, and all the hate. So I got somebody, we hired somebody in our office to write a grant along with staff from our office, and $20 million was announced about 10 days ago from the governor, by the governor. It was my idea. I'm very proud of it. All the groups in Chinatown are working together, cultural and economic development. So it's a big deal. It'll take an 18-month planning process, which is how it should be. And then they'll be able to spend it in ways that hopefully improve Chinatown. You know that every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, we have a discussion. You're welcome to join us. I mentioned that before, both on vaccines and the money. And I think that the next topics we've been constantly harping on with the Congressman Nadler's office, what is the money from infrastructure? Where's it going? How does it come into New York? How does it come into the state, et cetera? So we are not going to forget that, but I do want the jobs to go to folks from East Harlem and Board 11. Finally, December 12th, 2 to 4, we have our Manhattan holiday reception at John Jay College. It's Sunday, December 12th, 2 to 4 at John Jay College on 59th Street. You're certainly welcome. We'll send it out. Anybody's welcome. Thank you very much, Board 11, for all your hard work. And your open streets are the coolest. I want you to know.
Thank you, Gal. Great seeing you. And happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail, for joining our meeting and giving us such an in-depth report.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thank
Are there any questions for Gail? Well, I see a whole bunch of hands up. So I'm going to just start with Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
Get how to unmute myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't hear.
Can't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. So can you reiterate what the question was? I couldn't hear what you just said a second ago. I couldn't hear what you.
Who are you talking to, Michelle?
I'm talking to you. Did you ask me a question?
No, I asked if anybody, I said, does anybody have any questions for Gail? And your hand was up.
Oh, no.
I called you.
Let me put it down.
I think it was an
Okay.
old hand, Nilsa.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm gonna move to Marissa. Do you have a do you have a hand? Do you have a question for Gail?
Yes, thank you, Nilsa. I have a hand up and I also have a question. Thank you. And Gail, thank you so much for presenting and all the work that you do for the city overall. Just wanted to note that we, obviously in the entire board, but specifically for economic development and culture, we have been speaking about the Second Avenue subway and how we can figure out a way to help not only the small businesses in the area, but also figure out what we can do about jobs. And we did start this discussion last year, but as you said, even last year was like, towards the end of the year, somewhat late with the conversation. So we would love to see how we can continue to work on this and figure out how we can get more jobs into our community. We also spoke with MTA in regards to the viaduct and possibly working on jobs for that as well. So would love to continue the conversation with you on a committee level, obviously, and a board level for jobs as we move forward with this project. So thank you.
And the other thing I was just thinking when I was there today was how the MTA has their 1% art program. Well, they should have an even bigger program for this.
Yeah, we actually mentioned that as well, and trying to figure out like how we can involve the arts with some of the stations that we're doing. So that was mentioned last year as well. So not sure, where we are with that, but would love to continue that conversation with you.
Okay, thank you. Local artists.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Marissa. Jessica Morris?
Thank you, Nilsa. Thank you, Borough President Brewer, for all the work that you're doing. A couple of things I ran into Noel Alisea back when the weather was still fine underneath FDR at 96th Street. He was on his bike on the way to Metropolitan, and I was on my way from the ferry home. I mentioned to Noel that I thought Metropolitan should have a master plan. I asked him if they did. He said, no, they don't. I said, well, maybe that would be something to consider given the block scale campus that will materialize across from the emergency room and the First Avenue frontage that is not necessarily welcoming, and the underutilized asset lent out to DSNY. Not to mention the connection to the southeast corner of Washington Houses, which I know NYCHA has an open space master plan that they are working on. I think those types of fortifications through the community and within the community make a huge difference. So for Metropolitan to kind of take that lead where there is a pipeline of funding to start the conversation about how their presence has this ripple effect, that would be great to start that ball rolling and involve CB11 as early as possible, encourage Metropolitan to take that lead and recognize how effective a neighbor they can truly be, both on the front side, the back side, and all four sides of their point. I would also like to, I noticed 2 dark stores, and I think the transparency of the storefront is the biggest issue that I have when you are supposed to have a certain percentage of transparency and you put up super graphics over the entire windows. So in my role, not as a CB11 member, but as a co-chair of the Planning and Urban Design Committee with AIA New York, we are doing work on the freight and logistics front, which I know has been taken up with council, but we would love to plug into that conversation that you are spearheading as well. So I'll have someone get in touch with your office to try to move that needle. Lastly, and thank you, jobs. Transformational infrastructure is here. If you are have some time and want to stick around for our election upcoming, we're going to try to transparently and successfully do that digitally, which the owl will help, I'm sure, but I think we've shine is here by Don Sanders, who has masterminded that, and Angel Miscane. I think moving towards the 21st century, we are going to do it successfully here. And so thank you for your support coming to show up. And please, with regard to Metropolitan, a master plan
Yeah,
or
good idea.
some understanding of that effect would really, I think, help glue things together from, Stanley Isaac's playground, which is another playground divided by infrastructure, the same as 125th Street, and the way our parks get cut up by roads is not okay for quality of parkland, but there's a chance to put it all together when you have a sort of a public player like Metropolitan at the heart of a changing place. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica. John Green?
Hey, Gail, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you, John?
I'm okay. First of all, you are awesome. Mark Levine has some huge shoes to fill. But my question to you is that, considering that there's chance of a flu outbreak and COVID isn't going anywhere, is there any way that you think that the deadline for virtual meetings can be extended? Because unless a miracle happens in the next 7 weeks, I don't think COVID's going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I do think so. This is what I know. The counties around the state, is not just us, have the same issue. And the reason they got pushed before was, we'd like to think it was the New York City. It wasn't. It was also every town, every county, every legislature all around the state has the same issue.
Right.
So to answer your question, I would think there is. We do need to talk to the state folks to find out.
Because the thing is, it would be great if they do it before January 15th, because the governor had to move heaven and earth to get the legislature back in session to extend it in September.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I'm just saying, we should be in touch. We are in touch. We'll check and let you know, but definitely we're not alone. That's a good thing.
Okay. Thank you, Gail.
Okay, I'm just checking for more questions. I'm not sure there are any more. If they're not, then Gail, I want to thank you again, as always, for attending our meetings and for all the advocacy.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry.
Is that
I'm on the phone. I'm not
question?
sure it came through.
Okay.
I'm not sure it came through. I'm on the phone. It's Nye Whitaker. I had to call back in. I just had a question for the Manhattan Borough President about the ERAP program and whether or not she thought that would be extended.
I sort of like, I would hope so. When John asked me about the open meetings law, I hope that too. But I have to say, John, with all due respect, this housing is a real crisis. So I hope they both get extended, but I hope it does. I heard listening to Senator Brian Kavanaugh that it sounded like it would, but I don't know. You really need to talk to the state people, and I will too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, again, Gail, our thanks. And
Thank you.
Your report next month, Gail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye now. With that, we're going to move to land use, landmarks, and planning. Elsie Encarnacion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I am going to give a very brief presentation in respect to all our early risers, including myself. We're extremely tired and yawning at this point. So we had an informational presentation and a status update on the East 125th Street Development Project, which is also known as MEC. It spans from 125th Street to 127th Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenues. There is affordable housing included, commercial space, retail that's reserved for local businesses, community facilities, as well as open space. It's a huge project. It's happening in phases, as we all know. It is also listed under the current projects on our CB11 website. So there is more information on it there, and more specific information on that project. And that project is a very long-standing project in this community. I believe it began in like 2008, if I'm correct in that. And so the informational update was about a lot of the changes and just giving us a status update on where it is at this moment. And so we had that presentation, and also a presentation on NYCHA's climate adaptation plan. After Superstorm Sandy, there was about $3.5 $2.6 billion allocated. A lot of it has been already spent, and those projects are mostly done. But it was a really long but good presentation around our development and the improvements that are happening in order to prepare for the unfortunate event that may happen in the future. And so, and that will eventually happen, right? And so we have to be prepared. And so that presentation was around that. So it was good to hear. We had no action items for probably once this year. So that was great. Took a little time to reflect. We also added to old business, just a reminder of projects that we have on the table, outstanding projects that are in the works. Both Angel and George gave updates on those projects and text amendments. We had quite a few last year, and so they gave us kind of like an update on those. So that was a good addition to our agenda, which we look forward to keeping on there and revisiting those projects as they move forward in the process. That is all.
Thank you, Elsie. Are there any questions for what Elsie reported on? Okay, I see no questions, and unless you do, I want to thank you, Elsie. And with that, I'm going to move on to the Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to call back in, so please forgive me if the line isn't as clear. The Health and Human Services Committee is focused right now on getting updates from the various service providers in the community. So we used the November session as an educational session with lots of great presentations, employing the new questionnaire that the committee has created with help from the executive committee and the staff in order to make sure that we have a baseline understanding of the service providers that currently exist in the community in order to uplift really successful providers, identify gaps, and then work to build better partnership with providers that we have not been as engaged with prior to. Other than that, any other information from our committee is for informational purposes only, and I defer to Marlene if there's anything that I forgotten. Going forward, we're going to continue to uplift the resolution that we passed earlier in the spring to make sure that all of our elected officials are aware of it, and that we have new members coming to City Council, as well as impending election for our state and congressional leaders. And so want to make sure that as budget conversations happen and election process is happening, the priorities of CB11 stay top of mind for those who represent us. Marlene, is there anything I'm forgetting?
No, now you covered it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Nye, for your report. Are there any questions for Chair Whitaker? Okay, I don't see any. Again, excuse my blindness, so if someone sees a question, I appreciate your assistance in calling it out. With that, I'm going to move to Youth and Education. Chair Giordano. David?
Good evening, all. Hi, good to be in space. Elsie, like you too, I'm up early and running into the schools, so I am tired as well. But anyway, we have a long evening, so I'll try to be as quick as possible. Very quickly, as many have said, Carly has really helped professionalize the committee and also other parts of the board and the budget presentation that she did for all the committees. But I think, when we say people are leaving, they do leave things behind. So, a thing that she really set up and solidified with us and Rev Brown, that we would meet regularly and at least try to meet before the meeting so that we would have like a focus and make sure everybody was on the same page. So Angel, I don't know. Again, Angel's going to miss Carly more than anybody. But Angel, who's going to sit and keep me and Rev Brown in line for the committee? So, we'll have...
You're stuck with me, sucker.
Well, then I'm sure
so
you'll
pray for a new hire.
It still will take some time to break them in, but anyway, Carly, you will be missed. The informational updates, and then also setting it, a time limit that we work towards on the agenda was really helpful and actually helped us really move through a packed agenda last meeting very quickly. Now I'm going on, but let me be quiet. So we really had a good meeting. We had East Harlem Tutorial, who's been around since I think 1958 in our community. And what's really special is they came and spoke about really some of the work that they're doing with adolescents in high school and following them in college and really helping support them through high school and college. So I really want to, again, acknowledge one of our local CBOs that are one of the cornerstones. We also had a presentation by the Learning Gardens, which is part of the Pleasantville Garden up on 117th Street. And it was really, you know, they did a presentation in the CEC, and I thought it was really important for them to come back. So they came to us for a letter of support in developing and continuing to offer programming around educating and gardening and the whole aspects of how you learn about a garden and taking students. Natasha could actually speak better about that as she family is a member of the garden. But they did come with a motion to support funding, discretionary funding for the garden to be able to provide local schools the opportunity. We were looking at Esperanza as a possibility, as a high school to partner with. So that was just one thing. The other was real important, a campaign to reduce class size. And there was also a motion made in that to write a letter of support. You know, one of the things we've learned with kids, look, this is something we've taken a position on in the board previously, the youth and education, is how do we make class sizes smaller so that they're more effective in teaching students. And some of the stuff that we learned in COVID, when not everybody was in school, that when class sizes were smaller, many kids really thrived and grew even through this pandemic because the teacher was able to give them more attention. Kids didn't have to compete with as many kids. So your less aggressive kid maybe got more time to be able to speak and built up that confidence. So we're really in support. So Sylvia Serva, who is the United Federation of Teachers representative for our district and also works in PS 72 with I, so disclose that, you know, gave a really presentation that they're going before the city council, that there is a petition, and we would also write a letter of support. Now, actually, the original date was today when the petition would end. So we only had voted on coming up with a letter of support, but in executive, we also spoke about whether the board would mind signing off on the petition as a board, and also members and individual. And I'm sorry, should have posted it in the chat. Maybe Carly, if you could pull that up and post it. Again, the petition has been extended till December 16th, I believe. And we really feel it's important that we sign off on this as a board. It's very important that we look at really reducing class sizes. You know, and I'll just say this in all transparency. You know, I work for Children's Aid and DYCD. DOH programs will require me to have one worker for every 10 kids. But in DOE, they'll put 30 kids in a classroom with one teacher. Now, how the standard's different for safety and those kinds of things, 30 to 1 and 10 to 1. So, you know, I really appeal that smaller class sizes would be more effective for our youth. It would give, again, those kids who need that extra time and confidence, the ability to have that time in a classroom. So, again, I would urge the board to sign both, that we sign off on the letter of support, but also as a board sign off on the petition that's been extended till December 16th. Rev Brown, did I miss anything? Anything you want to add? You know, my chair is always keeping my back and my front and my sides.
No, nothing else to add. You covered everything.
So that's where we are. We have two motions, one to support the garden for discretionary funding, and the other for the for the reduction in classroom size.
Thank you, David. I'm going to, in the interest of time, unless there's any objection, I'm going to bundle this and ask, is there a motion to support the Youth and Education's recommendation regarding the support introduction 2374 city council legislation that aims to reduce class size, as well as support the Learning Gardens programming at Pleasantville Community Garden and their request for funding from Council Member Diana Ayala. Is there a motion to support the committee's recommendations? Candy?
I motion to support the introduction of the 2374 city council legislation to aim the reduce of class size and to support the Learning Garden programming at Pleasantville Community Garden and their request for funding from City Council Member Diana Ayala.
Thank you, Candy. Angel, can you call the roll call vote?
Sure. Jose Altamirano. Leroy Andino.
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo.
Yes.
Madame Brija.
Yes.
Londa Brown.
Did you call
Eva
me?
Chan. Yes, I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Eva Chan.
Abstain on 13, yes for 14.
Abstain on 13. Yes, on 14. Got it. Ann Collier.
Yes.
Angela Donadell.
Yes.
Jessica Elliott.
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Yes.
Judith Fabraro.
Yes.
Roger Flores.
Yes.
David Giordano.
Yes.
John Green.
Absolutely.
James Horton.
Yes.
Ivy Hume.
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson.
Yes to both.
Robin Krinsky.
Yes to both.
Marissa Mack.
Yes.
Giselle Malave. Patricia Martin.
Yes.
Malik McCullough.
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer.
Yes.
Jessica Morris.
Yes.
Nelsa Orama.
Yes to both.
Beverly Pabon.
Yes to both.
Andrew Padilla.
Yes to both.
Miguel Pava.
Yes to both.
Art Perez.
Yes.
Robert Perez.
Yes.
Natasha Rodriguez.
Yes to 13, but present not voting for number 14 because my family's a member of the garden.
Okay, thank you. John Sanders.
Yes.
Xavier Santiago.
Yes.
Isaac Scott.
Yes.
Russell Schuler.
Yes.
Candy Vasquez.
Yes.
Nye Whitaker.
Angel, since I'm on the phone, can you re-up for me what 13 is versus 14?
13 is a recommendation to support introduction 23-74 city council legislation that aims to reduce class size. And 14.
That is a yes.
Okay, and 14 is support Learning Gardens programming at Pleasant Village Community Garden and their request for funding from Councilmember Diana Ayala.
And that's a yes. Thank you.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
Definitely for both of them.
Thank you. The motion's passed.
Angel, may I just get clarification? So we do have to re-vote also on then whether we signed a petition as a board?
No.
Because- No.
No,
Okay.
once you're in support, it could be a letter, it could be a petition, you're good.
Okay.
Unless it's a different position, it's the same position, so you're good.
Okay, great. So I just want to add very quickly, this summer, a group of teens and middle school kids worked on social justice project as part of the summer learning. And behind me are 3 murals that they worked on. Each kid did a square in the mural, and in each square, each kid did a 6-word memoir regarding social justice and what it means to them. Very powerful statements by young people. And again, it's about giving young people a voice and giving them the opportunity to be creative in how they express their voice. So thank you for your entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Yolanda. With that, we're going to move to the next committee report, Economic Development and Culture, Chair Marissa Mack.
Hey, hi, good evening, everyone. We do not have any action items this month, but a few updates to share. Going back to what Gail Brewer was speaking about, we did have a presentation from Emily Sun, who is the Community Planning Fellow for the board, and her focus will actually be on the Second Avenue subway. She is at the very beginning stages of this, which is great because that will allow for more input from not only the committee, but then also from the board overall in regards to what are the areas to focus on. Obviously, one of them being jobs, but also two, how the subway will impact small businesses in that area. And then how do we engage the community as we move forward? Because this is obviously going to be something that is moving forward quickly. We want to make sure that we get in front of it. We reviewed some of the previous motions that we passed and initiatives that we've supported just to see where we were. This actually came out of a working meeting that I had with Jessica Elliott and David, where we spoke about, it's actually in regards to Drive Shack, but speaking about the fact that we just are constantly moving forward with presentations and new initiatives that are coming before us. It's also important for us to take a step back and look at what has been presented and where we are. So we kind of went through some of the presentations that we had last year to kind of ask where they are, what's going on. And so hopefully for this month coming up, we will be able to report back on some of those items that are out there dangling that we'd like to know more about and get some reporting on. We did go over the local hiring guidelines, which were initially created a few years ago, and how we might look to revamp that and how it is pertinent to what's going on at this time now. So we are going to review that and see where revisions need to be made. We also spoke about establishing community partnership agreement, a soft agreement, or looking at that for organizations that come into the community, right, to say that they are committed to working with us and they are committed to hiring. Again, this wouldn't be anything that's legally binding, but something that would allow organizations to put a good foot forward and say, look, we are committed to serving this community. What can we do and how can we partner with you to move forward? So we spoke about that. We also, Giselle brought up a great idea for our marketing plan for small businesses within the area and thinking about how we can do a better job of utilizing some of the area that we have here. We have billboard space, we have the Link NYC. I know they did a presentation a couple of years ago, and there are ways for us to better market our small businesses in this area. So that was an idea that Giselle brought up, which is great. And we also spoke about a job fair, another initiative that was discussed with Union Settlement. And so looking to see how that can come down the pipeline within the next few months before this year wraps up. I did just want to make a note that Union Settlement is forming a loan. I'm off the top of my head not sure what the name of the loan will be and or the amount. But the good news is that the loan is forming, right? So it's in the beginning stages, and Pablo is looking for feedback on ways that the loan can be most effective for this community. So a couple things that we mentioned, as we know, there are restaurants that were unable to get grants for various reasons, whether, they started too late or, there were loopholes for various items that they did not, or areas they did not check, right? And so we mentioned that as something that probably we're going to look at, but also to looking for feedback from other restaurants who are unable to get funding and possibly starting there as they think about how to structure this loan going forward. So I just want to really get the word out about that, because we have the ability to weigh in and kind of advocate I think for those who were unable to get funding previously, the East Harlem grant has been fully allocated to small businesses, not funded as of yet, but everyone that applied for the second round will get, not everyone, I'm sorry, everyone that was approved will get the funding for the East Harlem, the remaining East Harlem grant funding. And that is it. Angel or Giselle, is there anything that you would like to add? Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
Don't see any questions, Marissa. Thank you so much. And with
Please
that,
sign as an open book on social media. Some photos of Delgado on.
Robin, I think you're unmuted.
can someone please mute themselves? I appreciate that. Jessica, is your hand up?
It is, yes, sorry, late question, slow hand.
No, that's okay, Jessica.
Sure, my question's for Marissa. Just, I'm wondering, are you spearheading the kind of circling the wagons report back on kind of collective old business as a frame of update coming through EcoDev? I think that's a really great initiative, and I love that it sounds like you've taken that on. I think it's super important to not forget too soon what we just heard about and cared about and haven't yet resolved, even though it takes time to come to fruition, or not, if we need to, you know, call in those checks and balances as things develop. So is that
yeah, I mean, I thank you. I don't want to take the full credit because again, it was something that David did mention in a meeting that a co-working meeting that I had, and he was like, you know, it was really in the context of, you know, saying that we asked for certain things and then we just kind of, not that this happens all the time, but you know, there's certain things that come about, we ask for, and then we just plow forward. So I think it's important for us to take a step back and look and see what people have presented in the previous year and follow up. I think Angel has been great about doing that, Giselle as well for our committee. But of course, there are some presentations that we just, you know, don't know where things are, right? Or that we would love to hear just an update on. So I just wanted to highlight that and you know, make sure that we are continuing to follow up with everything that comes on our plate.
Thanks, Marissa. Just to follow up, shout out to Stephen Villanueva, who I gave a hello to over the past couple of weeks, but back in land use used to have a rolling action item list, and that was a great, it called the rail. That was a great frame of carrying things forward so they don't get left behind, but I really appreciate the effort and thank you for collectively taking that on.
And that's a great idea. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Jessica. And I just want to read a comment before I call on David that Jessica Elliott typed in the chat. She noted that Land Use, Landmarks and Planning is also doing this work about going back and revisiting. So thank you, Jessica Elliott, for pointing that out as well. David?
Yeah, I just want to echo, you know, what Marissa is saying. And, you know, what also happens sometimes is board members change, chairs change, and then things are not carried forward that we really need to. And that's why, you know, I commend the budget committee and all the work and Carly and Jason have done to develop the tracker, right? All these are tools that are supposed to help us make sure that no matter who's leading a committee or whoever board members change, that these things are followed up on. But yeah, sometimes we have to remember, and I know we've been getting better at it in youth and education, but it's work. It's going back, you know. That's all.
Thank you, David. Are there any other questions? I see none. David, put your hand down. So with that, I'm going to move to the executive committee report. I'm going to ask Xavier to do that, as he's been really covering that committee for me, especially this past month. So Xavier, if you would do the executive committee report.
Yes, thank you, Nelson. I'll try to keep it very brief. We had three primary items: presentations and discussions. We had an informal presentation regarding marijuana legalization from Pilar de Jesus. She's sending over the presentation for us to review. We had a lot of questions about how this would impact the community, especially our community, which has been systematically targeted for enforcement, and their advocacy, and how we can all kind of work together to see that those dollars, when it comes to tax dollars and other opportunities, are given, the opportunities are given for our community that has been on the receiving end of negative enforcement. She will be following up with us in future presentations, and we should have the presentation either this week or by next week. We also had a discussion on the ongoing fiscal year 23 budget needs and budget request process and collection of feedback from the committee. Carly, thank you so much. Again, hate that we're losing you. I'm not sure if there's any way we could bribe you to stay, but we had a lot of good feedback from the committees. It's an ongoing conversation. So everyone here on the board, when you go back to your committees this month, please think about the process. What would make it easier for you to engage? What did you find clunky? All of these issues that came up. How can we get the statements and requests done earlier? Should they be there in September? Or should they really be started on in June? A lot of them, we know how we're informed. So we went back and forth on that a bit. Again, it's an ongoing conversation, but I ask all of you to please discuss it in the next committee meeting, so we have a more robust collection of ideas. And the last bit was a committee discussion on board member conduct. We did have to go into executive session for that. And as a result, I can't really go into a great deal of liberty in what we discussed, but what I can say is that we are aiming to unify in a way and be more productive in how we do that. And we understand the difficulties of having two onboardings that were in the virtual environment. And we all know that people's hearts are in the right place. And I think so long as we have that idea and that sentiment, I think we'll be able to move forward rather successfully. And again, we're all here trying to do the community's work. So that was the main three items we discussed. We had the new business item, which is now before us today after at the end of our meeting tonight with Alex 123 Corp's application. That concludes the executive committee's report. Thank you. Nelson?
Thank you, Xavier. Sorry. Are there any questions for Xavier in the executive report? I don't see any. So with that, as you all know, elections are happening tonight. And so I want to now hand over this portion of the meeting to our chair, Dawn Sanders Cavalli. And so she will take it forward until that part of our meeting is done. So Chair Sanders, if you would take the lead now, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just want to say what a wonderful privilege this has been to be the chair of this committee. I really enjoyed the squad and want to thank them. Nye Whitaker and John Green and Eva Chan and Jessica Morris. We worked very well together and had some great forums. So thank you for your patience with all the emails and other things coming your way. So I'm going to read off for the record part of the conduct of the election. And in preparation, we have 11 candidates left over. And I don't know, Angel, if this is possible, but maybe out of the 11 candidates, if you want to speak for 2 minutes, as Angel told you would be an option tonight, if you could raise your hand and keep it raised, would be great. And then I'm gonna, Angel, are we still with you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
What do you need to do?
No, I'm going to read the part of the conduct of the election, and then I just ask the people who are going to speak for 2 minutes to raise their hands and leave them raised so then we can know who wants to address the board. Does that sound okay? I'm gonna take that for a yes.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm gonna just, for the record, read some of the information. The elections committee shall supervise the election and tally the votes. I think the whole election committee is here. The election portion of the meeting shall commence with each candidate being allowed 2 minutes to address the board, immediately followed by the election of officers. So I'm hoping that more than 2 people will raise their hand to speak to the board. And Angel was nice enough to send the ballots around earlier today. Those ballots will soon be, well, the first ballot will soon be activated. And you'll have 7 minutes to go through that ballot. So hopefully you had some time to test out your technology, test the sample ballot, and you feel comfortable that your vote will count. Okay, so one more time, thanks to the squad. Thank you so much to Nilsa for entrusting me with this process. And yeah, I'm hopeful that Angel has the list alphabetical of nominees. I have it too, I believe.
Sure. Would you like me to call on the members, and if they wish to speak, they can raise their hand? Would you like me to do that?
That would be great.
Okay, great. So we have we have the list of candidates by office on the screen. I'll read through the list, and then we'll go to the raised hands of the candidates that wish to speak. For chairperson, Xavier Santiago. For vice chairperson, Yolanda Brown, Jessica Elliott, Elsie Encarnacion, Isaac Scott. For treasurer, Jason Villanueva. For assistant treasurer, Ivy Hume, Miguel Pava. For secretary, Giselle Malave, Jennifer Meyer, Candy Vivas Vasquez. I'm sorry, this slide is incorrect. Candy actually withdrew her candidacy earlier this evening. So for secretary is Giselle Malave and Jennifer Meyer. And for assistant secretary, Michelle Wilcher Clement. Let me go to the hands. Okay, first hand up is Elsie Encarnacion, candidate for vice chair.
Just one moment. I'm so sorry. I think Ivy also wrote to us around 1 p.m. this afternoon saying that she wasn't going to be able to continue on with her nomination.
Thank you, Don. That is correct. I prepared this before those withdrawals came in.
Thank you so much.
So we'll make the edit to the slot.
One more favor. Just in the interest of time, anybody who's having technical issues or didn't get a ballot, if you could put a note in the chat so I can work with you behind the scenes. If you did not get a ballot, you have a question, you're concerned, please put a technical question in the chat so we can help you behind the scenes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Arlie, take down the presentation. We're going to correct the slide and then put it back up. In the meanwhile, we'll hear from the first candidate with their hand up, Xavier oh no, I called on Elsie. They should put her hand back down.
No, I saw some people putting their hands up. I didn't know if they had questions, so I didn't want to confuse.
Oh, no. So now we're just, the candidates that wish to speak should put their hands up.
Yeah.
Did you wish to speak or no?
Yes, I wish to speak.
Okay, then you wish to speak and please speak.
Thank you.
Okay. And John Green is keeping time. He'll let you know when your 30 seconds are almost up.
30 seconds?
He'll let you know at 30 seconds.
Gotcha. Okay, because I had a lot to say. No. All right. So good evening, everyone. My name is Elsie Encarnacion, and I am running for vice chair. I am not accustomed to speaking about myself. I'm usually speaking about an issue, which is much more comfortable for me. However, I am honored and respect greatly the people who nominated me. And so with that comes this. I have been a part of the board since 2016. During my tenure, I have served on the Parks Committee. I've served on the Youth and Education Committee. I've served on Housing. I was the former chair of Human Health and Human Services, and a small committee that no longer exists called the Events Committee. And so I've been around for quite some time. And because of that work, I do have a deep understanding that, the work of the committees can't be siloed. My passion projects are really around youth and youth violence, especially. And even through that work, I see how connected they are to all of the committees. You can't talk about youth violence without talking about public safety. You can't talk about youth violence without talking about stable housing or their mental health. And so all of these committees are really intertwined. And my work and how I see that work is really collaboration and support. You know, I have a great admiration for the chair, the current chair, and
30 seconds
to come. I also, and so, yeah, I just want to continue to serve the board, continue to serve you as community board members. And yeah, any questions? I don't know if that's allowed, but I'm open to it.
Oh, it's just comments, no questions.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's just your comments, not questions.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Elsie. The next candidate with their hand up is Xavier Santiago.
I will politely defer to allow all the vice chair candidates to go first, if that's okay.
The next candidate with their hand up is Pastor Isaac Scott.
Thank you, Xavier, for slipping that one. I want to first just say happy Thanksgiving to some and happy Indigenous People Appreciation and Remembrance Day for others. I just want to thank those of you who nominated me for vice chair. I also want to thank each and every community board member for their genuine concern, not just for the issues that they relate to personally, but being able to empathize and understand and work at this community board level with issues that they may not be as familiar with. I just want to reiterate really quick, I'll be fast. I wanted to reiterate a little bit of some of the stuff I said during my presentations and in the email that I sent you all. I joined Community Board 11 a few years ago because I understood that crime and substance abuse was one of the most pressing issues in East Harlem. Just being a Harlem resident, born in Harlem Hospital, I've been living in Harlem my whole life. But there's also a need for representation as it related to someone who understood like that reentry process for people who are, you know, coming home from jail and prison and then returning to CB11. And during my time on the board, I've been able to the point I made earlier, I've been able to learn a lot more from you all and about a lot of the different issues that may not have been familiar to me that exist at a community level. And I appreciate all of the wisdom and insight that I've gotten from you all. I accepted the vice chair nomination because I just to echo Elsie's term of a passion project, you know, I would like to really work collaboratively to form some sort of either committees, working group, or something that would address areas of like gun violence, substance abuse, mental health and policing, and reentry in East Harlem. You know, and I understand that the community board can't, you know, address all issues, but I do believe that there can be a more centralized focus on creating more intentional public safety. And I believe that my lived experience with being incarcerated and my professional knowledge of how mass incarceration in the school to prison pipeline works, I do believe that I can be very valuable in that area. And just lastly, if I was to get elected, I would get right on starting to see how I could work best with the chair and how I can support the chair, as that is my first duty, you know, and in doing so, what specifically, I would also try to find out what specifically do you all feel, you know, as a community board that you need from your vice chair in order to just improve the efficacy in the role. And also I would get started working on looking to see what sort of relationships need to be formed in the community. Also, what sort of cross-committee collaborations need to be formed in order to improve our efficacy, and especially in the areas of ensuring, you know, real intentional public safety in East Harlem. So I'll be quiet now, but that's what I just wanted to share with you all. And thank you all again. And my blessings to all of the candidates who are up, putting themselves out there, and it's not comfortable at all. Trust me, I know.
Thank you, Isaac. The next candidate with their hand up is Yolanda Brown.
Good evening, Community Board 11. It's just an honor just to be in this position of consideration. It's somewhat ironic that I arrived to this point in time because initially when I was notified that I was nominated, I don't know who did, but I was honored that I was. I initially pinned a decline because there were so many things that I was doing. And then as I began to press send, I was reminded in my spirit to hold off on that, to sleep on that decision. And when I awoke the next day, I was reminded of our Pearls of Wisdom Bible survey theme. Each year we have a theme. The theme this year has been expecting unexpected. So all throughout the year, we've been teaching on expecting unexpected, and the overarching pearl which carry us through the year was about making the adjustment or doing whatever one needed to do to alter or maybe to adapt to situation. So the nomination, just like a calling, as it was for me to serve or to follow, doesn't have room for excuses. I was really convicted when I was going to send a decline. And while many are called to this particular position, this office, only one will be chosen. And either way, I am forever a learner. I am willing to continue to work as did the apostles, united with the same cause, supporting one another, accepting and respecting our differences, our different voices, our different perceptions, and our different administration, the way in which we do things. So having said all of that, I come with the willingness and availability to lead and by following those who lead the way. Thank you so much for your time and your considerations. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next candidate with their hand up is Jessica Elliott.
Thank you, Angel. Hi, everyone. My name is Jess Elliott. Thank you to those who nominated me and really for everyone who's trusted me and working together over the last couple of years. I'm so grateful to be surrounded by such incredible candidates. I know that we'll be in good hands no matter who serves on what position. There's just an abundance of everything great here. So I'm excited to be part of the list and super grateful. So as you know, I've been serving as chair of the Environment, Open Space and Parks Committee, and I've greatly benefited by all of the inspiring, powerful members and staff of that committee. I'm an architect and I'm also a passionate first-generation college graduate. So my passions have lied in these sorts of intersectional issues that our community faces since I was growing up as a kid. And part of my personal passions is health equity, which I'm sure you've heard me talk a lot about, but it's part of the interdisciplinary program that I'm a part of. And I believe it touches every aspect of our community, from housing to youth and education and parks. And from the work that we've done in parks, you'll see that everything we've accomplished together, touching on these aspects, from resiliency to heat and trash and collection. But we have so much more work to do, and we have many committees that touch this. So we've accomplished so much, even from way before I was ever on the board. And I think no matter who wins, we're going to continue to improve our processes, including effective community outreach, and just like Carly, helped us to push statement of district needs and budgets with all the amazing people who work together on that. We can continue to be effective representatives of our community and advocate for everything that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last candidate with their hand up is Xavier Santiago.
Thank you, Angel, and thank you to the nominating committee and to the person who nominated me. I'm very grateful and honored to be here. I've seen a solidarity on our board form and rise up due to COVID, and it was growing even prior to that. I've been very honored to serve as vice chair for 4 years and see us all kind of band together and start changing the culture and all the paradigms. I was completely shocked to run unopposed, but my commitment remains undeterred, and how we will work together and carry on with that spirit. There's so much work to continue, and I'm very much looking forward to engaging everyone throughout, and my working style will continue to grow and adapt, but my spirit will always be just as focused in keeping us connected together and reaching out to the community and being that voice for those that are voiceless, as we continue to push the East Harlem's agenda forward and advocate for those who don't have those means. So I'm very honored to be here. I wish we could be all in the same room. That's what I look forward to. And as I sent an email to everyone earlier, I look forward to that day where we can actually be together, perhaps another potluck, and actually discuss not just the work, but how we all become a greater unit in this community. So thank you very much. And for everyone for the consideration. I have a happy Thanksgiving, Indigenous Peoples Appreciation Day, and stay safe.
Thank you so much. And just to let you know, the Elections Committee is going to be meeting afterwards, because we would like to set up a meet and greet in December. We were very inspired by how all the candidates came together, how supportive they are of each other, and we especially want the new members to get excited about board leadership and to keep thinking about future possibilities to be of service. So thanks again for that. If it's okay, I'm going to read through the rest of the process, which you received in an email at 12:21 from Angel. If you can take a moment and look for your email while I read the rest of the process. So we just had each candidate who wanted to speak for 2 minutes, and voting for each office shall be by electronic ballot. And the electronic ballot vote will be conducted simultaneously on a single ballot. Such ballot shall only list the offices of the board and the name of each candidate. So attendance will be confirmed first, right, by roll call to establish which members are present and thus eligible to vote in the election. Once the attendance is confirmed, the ballot form will be set to accept submissions. Each eligible board member should then access the ballot via the link provided by the staff at 12:21 p.m. You should select your preferred candidate or abstain from voting. So you don't want to leave anything blank. You'll either select a name or abstain, and that'll allow us to keep count and make sure that each person has voted, and that'll speed things along. Note that any such abstention shall be considered a vote for no candidate. The candidate receiving the majority, over 50% of the votes cast for a given office, shall be deemed the winner of such election. The Elections Committee shall immediately announce such winners. If no candidate for an office receives the vote of a majority, there should be another ballot, which you also have in your email, that excludes the candidate who received the fewest votes, or the candidate who received the fewest votes in the event of a tie for the lowest, for the fewest in the previous ballot, and the vote for such office shall occur. And this process shall continue until one candidate receives a majority. So just getting the highest number of votes is not how the decision is made. It's by majority. And again, there are no losers here. Everybody, I'm so excited about the leadership that I've seen. And again, if you have any technical issues so far, then please put them in the chat. With that, Angel, do we have to do anything else to, we have to call roll, right? Just to see.
Yeah, so I'll call the roll, and then I'll let you know what the number is for the 50%.
Thank you so much.
And then I'll open the ballot. I'm also going to share the link to the first ballot with the panelists, which is comprised of the board members. One of our board members is in the attendee list, and I already texted that member the ballot link, so that everyone has the same link in case people can't find the email for whatever reason, just so we aren't any issues. So I'm going to call the roll now. So you all bear with me. Jose Altamirano.
Here, present.
Did you hear me?
Leroy
Present?
Andino,
Present.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Present.
Rick Alcancela, Dan Brija,
Here.
John Brown,
Present.
Eva Chan,
Present.
Diane Collier,
Here.
Carlos Diaz, Angela Donadell,
Present.
Jessica Elliott,
Present.
Alcia Encarnacion,
Present.
Judith Febraro,
Here.
Roger Flores,
Here.
Sandy Garcia, David Giordano,
Present.
John Green,
Here.
Thank you. Robert Harvey, Jada Heredia, James Horton,
Present.
Ivy Hume,
Present.
Alonzo Johnson,
Present.
Robin Krinsky,
Present.
Marissa Mack,
Present.
Zoe Malave,
Present.
Tricia Martin,
Present.
Malik McCullough,
Present.
Jennifer Meyer,
Present.
Jessica Morris,
Here.
Elsa Arama,
Present.
Beverly Pabon,
Present.
Andrew Padilla,
Here.
Miguel Pava,
Present.
Shirley Pena, Arturo Perez,
Present.
Robert Perez,
Present.
Vasia Robinson Teague, Natasha Rodriguez,
Present.
John Sanders,
Present.
Xavier Santiago,
Present.
Isaac Scott,
Present.
Russell Schuler,
Present.
Vinny Torres, Jason Villanueva,
Present.
Candy Vasquez,
Here.
Nye Whitaker,
Present.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Present.
Jordan Wright, Jason Wu. Okay, we have 39 members present. We need 20 to win.
So before we open the ballot, I just saw one additional person who was not able to find their ballot is Candy. Did you also reach out to her?
No, so I'm putting it in the chat now, so everybody has it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I found it.
There we go.
Great.
So if the members look in the chat, the link is there for the first ballot. I will now change the setting. The ballot is now open to accept your submissions.
And we have 7 minutes for that, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Any technical issues, please put them in the chat right away. I just want to take an opportunity to thank Angel again so much for all of your help. I see that we're just waiting on one more response and we have 3 more minutes. I'm going to ask, is anybody having any technical issues? Any technical issues out there? Okay, I'm going to take that silence as a no. And we've got 3 more minutes that we will allow people to make their decisions.
We need to play some music in the background or something.
Do the bylaws allow that? I could use some music.
Maybe we could get David to sing.
Yeah, come on.
No,
Mr.
I don't
Giordano.
Listen, I think I'm having technical difficulties. I don't know if you got mine.
Let me check.
Madam Chair, if I may, the Google form also sends each person who completes it an email with a recording of their responses/submission. So if you want to know if we've got it, you may also check your email to see if you've received a Google email with confirmation of your submission.
Thank you. But that said, I don't see, Judith, I don't see your submission.
I did it twice. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, okay. And you selected the first ballot, just the first ballot?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So we did build in perhaps a few more minutes in case there was technical issues. So what I'm gonna do is call you, Judith, and Angel, is it okay then if we take the extra 3 minutes to figure out what to do?
There's still time on the clock. Could Judith try the link in the chat and attempt to fill out the ballot again?
I pressed where it said ballot, second ballot, and third ballot. I pressed
Could
ballot.
you, Jessica, Judith, open the chat in this meeting? There's a link there. Click that link to access the ballot. Try that.
Okay, all right.
See if that works for you.
Okay.
Sure.
Last point to offer, it's important to remember at the end to hit submit.
I did.
Okay.
And may I add, at the beginning, it populates an email address. If you have more than one email address, you may want to verify that it populated the email address you intend to use.
Thank you for all of these technical hints. Again, everyone gave us an email that they wanted to use for today. And so we will hopefully be able to resolve this last submission.
I went into the chat, so let's see.
Thank you, Robin Krinsky. If you did not get a copy of your submission, check your spam box where I found mine. Great. Thank you for sharing that.
I just hit submit again, and I don't know why this thing is coming up. Select all images with mountains or hills. What the heck is that?
So why don't you just answer as much as you can? Maybe you got signed out. Maybe you were logged out.
No, that is to verify that you're not a robot. That's just you just have to push the squares.
Yeah, just do what it says and it will.
And
I did that also, but let's try again. All right, I did that. Did you get it?
So I'm on the back end, and so is Jessica Morris, and I'm going to ask whether or not she sees anything. Judith, did you have any problem when you did the sample ballot?
No,
Okay, and then Candy has a good question. Are the tally done automatically? Yes, the Google form adds up the numbers. It cannot tell us whether it's a majority, but it can give us the numbers that we need.
Can I just ask something or suggest something?
Please.
If the rest of the members can just give us a second so we can assist Jessica. Yes, it tallies it automatically. We thought
Judith.
about that. We got you. Judith, what I meant to say, my bad. I was reading a different piece of paper. Just bear with us a second. Think, contemplate, pray, count sheep, doodle, and we'll help Judith, and it'll be fine. Give us a second.
Thank you, Angel.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna call you, Judith, right now.
all right.
All right.
Mhm.
I think the chair of the elections committee should entertain us. Thank you, Dawn.
I second that.
I'm not a host or.
Oh, Mr. DJ, David the DJ, just put
Yeah,
some
where is
music.
David Giordano?
They gotta let me share the music.
Yeah, same with me.
I would offer to take out my clarinet right now, but
No, it's really
it's late.
Do that for us, Nick.
And
We would love to hear you serenade us.
So I just want to gauge interest then.
Yes.
They are working behind the scenes. Who would be interested in a
thing
meet
with all these
and greet
squares in it, select all squares with
in December?
motorcycles or whatever it was.
to
Can
meet
mute
new
Judith.
members?
Yeah.
She's
And
on
I
the
did
phone.
Can't
that too.
actually, because I'm not a co-host.
Can we ask Judith? to
Carly,
mute
can you
herself?
mute? Yeah, Carly is
muted.
able to do it. Thank you so much. So just by show of hands, can we find out who would be interested in having a meet and greet in December? So new members can meet current members, can meet others. Back in the day, I think David would know about this and other members, we used to have a potluck and we used to have an event at least twice a year. And because of the pandemic, we have not had that opportunity, but we are looking at doing another event. We had some great ideas from Eva about where we could have this event, and Nye is also going to participate. So I see 16 people who might be interested. That's great. 17, wonderful.
Don, you
Great
said
idea.
18. I'm on the phone. I don't know how to raise the hand from the phone.
21. Oh, we're getting there. Well, we definitely have a quorum of people who are interested in doing that. So we are going to look into doing something for December and making sure that we pass all the information about this voting process on so that the next people who take on this voting process are informed and can continually make improvements over what we've done.
Dawn, can I throw out a thought?
Yes,
Maybe
please.
January, because it is short time. We all spread, we're working different things and different, January might be better where we'll get more of us together on a date than maybe in December. Just the thought at this point.
Thank you. And we asked about that. Somehow our bylaws explicitly state that we have to have this election in our November board meeting.
No, that's not what I meant, that we were all together in January as opposed to December.
Oh, I hear you. I'm so sorry.
No.
That's a good idea. I see good idea coming through in the chat.
Yeah, without having a date now, I think we can plan a date in January and then we probably get a better turnout,
Oh, I see an 80, I see 39th.
Yeah, we're all done.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, so I just see one, I see the vote. I just see one that we might have to use a second ballot on. I'm going to just take a quick look.
So Dawn, well, just ask folks to have patience, let you and the elections committee review. And then when you're all comfortable to make an announcement, then you can start making announcements. And that's fair to you. So you don't feel the pressure of having to run stuff off.
Thank you so much. So I'm on the back end, I'm gonna look for my squad members. Nye makes coquito ice cream. I did not know that. Very good. Jessica, are you back in the back end with me?
I am, yeah, I'm doing some calculating. I'm gonna give you a call
Okay.
and put myself on mute, okay? I've got a
Sounds good.
determination.
Sounds good.
Thanks for the ice cream shout out.
Natasha, you were amazing last night. You should break out that clarinet.
It's in its corner resting for the night.
They don't know what they're missing, Natasha.
I feel like I'm on hold with an insurance company.
Thank you so much for that musical interlude. Thank you so much for your patience with this electronic process. I am going to read off the results that are ready to be read off, and then we will come back to have a second vote on one of the offices. So I'm pleased to announce that our chairperson for the next session is Xavier Santiago by 100%. And congratulations to you. Thank you for being a part of this process. For treasurer, Jason Villanueva at 100% will be our treasurer for the next board session of 2 years. Miguel Pava will be our assistant treasurer. Thank you so much for participating with us. For secretary, Giselle Malave will be our next secretary at 53.8%, just over quorum. And finally, Michelle Wiltshire Clement will be our assistant secretary. And we thank you so much for stepping up. So at this time, we're going to need you to go back to your emails and look for ballot 2. And hopefully everybody's got the hang of this. And Angel, are you ready to open up ballot 2?
Can he put it in the chat?
Vice chairperson.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. So yes, I'm about to open it, and I'm going to put the link in the chat. So just give me 5 seconds.
So you're going to want to go back to your email at 12:21. You're going to see that there is a second ballot. And let me see if that one is ready for you. Just a few more minutes.
Yeah, just a second. I'll be right
Thank you. And who had the music?
Madam Chair, for the elections
I know
committee,
we're all
it is
ready
only for the
to
vice
turn in for
chair
the
seat,
evening.
correct? It's only for the vice chair seat, correct?
Yes.
Angel, I can't hear you, but it says you're talking.
Hear me now? Hello?
Angel, I can't hear you.
I can hear him fine. It might be a connection issue on your end.
I can hear you.
Dawn, we
Okay.
can hear him.
So I could hear her too. So her question is
Everybody, please stand by. Thank you so much for your patience.
yes. So I forgot her question now. What was her question? Yeah, so it's just for vice chair, and it was for the 2 top vote getting candidates. So the ballot's live now. You can submit it. It's titled second ballot, and I put a link to the second ballot in the chat in case you can't find it in your email. Hi, I could hear you. You couldn't hear me. Yeah. Oh no, it's fine. So the ballot's open.
Angel, you're not muted.
And I sent the link in the chat for the second ballot as well, just in case they couldn't find it.
Angel, you're not muted.
Thanks.
So again, thank you so much for your patience with this process. The second ballot is in the chat. And the second ballot will also be in your email. And I really appreciate what Alonzo Johnson put in the chat. Can I just say I appreciate everyone nominated tonight. You were all brave and worthy of office. So proud to be part of your path onwards and upwards. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate that. So without further ado, if you could please go over to the second ballot, which is in the chat and is also in your email. We could go ahead and complete that ballot, and then we will be able to complete this process. Hopefully it's been transparent for you, and it's been somewhat easy for you. Let's go ahead and finish up for the night. If there's any technical issues, put them in the chat right away, please. But for now, if you could start the second ballot and finish it before 10:21.
John, can we get some disco, please?
Well, just 1 second.
All right, I see a note from Judith. Stand by, Judith, okay? And just a quick reminder that you can look in your spam folder if you don't see that email proof that you voted. Angel, if you're there, can you give Judith a call again? Thank you. I see a message from you. Angel, if you could give Judith a call again and work your technical magic.
He did. He called. I gave it to him. I guess I'm a robot, right, Dawn?
And I have done it. It's just like I need it for my focus. I need it.
Again, thank you so much for your patience. We have 36 responses in, just waiting for 3 more.
Hey, Dawn. Dawn. There she go.
Okay, waiting for 3 more responses, and just a
hear
reminder
you.
that if you're having a lot of trouble deciding, abstain is always an option, but we definitely want to make sure we get all of the votes for the people who were present.
Dawn?
I am not able to mute anyone. Carly, have you muted people? Carly, are you still there?
I'm still here. I was muting people who, I was muting people if their mics were on.
Dawn? Dawn?
Looks like
Polly, I
Dawn.
think that Dawn can't hear us, but we can hear her.
Yeah, it looks like she's on a call. She's muted herself.
Oh, okay.
We're short three members from voting. Has everyone been able to cast their vote? If anyone having any issues, let me know. I know I spoke with Judith, so I know that's one. Anyone else?
Angel,
Oh,
I think
Angel.
Dawn,
I can't tell who that was.
this is Jessica Morris.
Hey, Jessica.
Hi, Angel. Dawn is going to be in touch. I think we have 36 tabulated votes in the runoff portion of the election. It seems that we do have a clear winner, though I'm not sure if we need to revisit roll call to make sure everybody is accounted for, or if we're giving additional time for members who may be having technical difficulties. We had 39 responses in the first ballot.
Okay,
for
so
the
we're gonna
second ballot, we
soon
have
be closing the
36.
polls. I just am gonna check in with Angel and see if everybody who is trying to vote has been able to vote. So again, we will close the poll soon. If you're still on the fence, you can select or abstain. And
Juan,
if
can
you
you
have
hear?
any last technical issues, please put a note in the chat.
Can you hear me? She can't hear me. Can everybody else hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yes, Angel, we can hear you.
Hear you.
I can hear yes, we hear you. Yeah, maybe you can instant message her somehow.
Okay, folks. So I just spoke with Don. Seems like we're having a little technical issues with our audio. So we are still short a couple of members that haven't voted, like I was saying just a second ago. I know that Judith is one of them, but we still have two others. So we're going to give you another couple of seconds. Any members that haven't voted yet, submit your votes. It should just be two other people besides Judith. And if we don't receive it, let's say in 1 minute, then Don has instructed me to close the ballot, and the elections committee will review the totals that have been received and make an announcement in a minute or so after that. So let's say from now, minute, and if it could be bucks or something, and then we'll be back on.
Thanks again so much for your patience. Thanks for whoever is singing. We hope you will be at our January meet and greet, where Nye will make coquito, and we will meet all the members and congratulate everybody for participating in this process.
Ooh, when we are one, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. If there's a cloud up above us, Go on and let it rain. I'll shoot our love together. We're into a hurricane. Oh, my baby, won't you please let me love you? Get a relief from this awful misery. What is all
What
this
is all
talk
this talk
about
about
love?
loving me, my sweet? I am not afraid, not anymore, not like
Don't you
before.
understand me? So, darling, please pull yourself together and do it
Do it.
soon. My soul's on fire.
Yeah, I'm not even
Come
gonna try
on
that.
and speak. Oh, baby, you make me feel
It was
so
very close.
good. Let me
Let
take
me take
you
you
by the
by the
Oh,
hand.
that's right.
Let us
Come, let us
do
visit
it
out
there
there
in
in
that
our new
promised
promised
land.
land.
Oh,
Maybe
please, I
Maybe
have a
theirs
there
headache.
is a
we can
fine,
find
a good
a
place to
good
use a
place to
loving
use
state
a
of
loving
mind.
state of mind. Oh, my darling, I can't live without you. Love.
The public recording of this meeting is going to be amazing.
Oh, sorry.
That's so fine. That's okay, because we have given them a transparent process and inclusive, transparent and inclusive. So
This
they are
is what
welcome.
4-hour Zoom calls
This
do.
is easily the most entertaining voting session in all of the community board.
Hey, it beats the House of Representatives.
Hey, Don, I think we've given the time. You can call it if you wish now.
Okay, thank you so much, Angel. Thank you for everyone who voted. Thank you for all of the nominees. So the final position that we have tonight is for vice chairperson. And in this case, Elsie Encarnacion is your next vice chairperson with 22 votes, followed by Jessica Elliott with 13 votes. And I'm just so proud of both of you. So thank you so much for participating. We are going to have a little bit of a get together to follow this up. But again, I will publish the results, I suppose, in an email to everybody. But in the interest of time, I just want to thank everybody for your participation. If there's any questions, you can continue to email us at CB11elections. Angel, thank you so much. And squad, thank you as well, so very much.
Absolutely.
You as well, Dawn. Good work. Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
So I want to thank everyone. I want to thank the Elections Committee, Chair Sanders, and especially Angel, who took the lead since last year to look at automating the elections. I think he was ahead of the curve in terms of all the community boards, and CB11 always has a way of taking a lead or leading, and so I think that comes from having good leadership in our office. So I want to thank Angel and everyone and the Elections Committee for their work tonight. I want to thank all the candidates. It is not as a candidate myself in several elections, I know how hard it is. The vote is not a reflection ever of the work. Unfortunately, there can only be one person per position, but with new leadership comes new thoughts. And I'm hoping that the new chair will think on how to use this magnificent talent pool that has lent themselves out there for the elections in ways that will help expand the reach of the community board. So as your chair, currently your chair for the next couple of weeks, I want to thank all of you who have actually put in the work. It is always a pleasure to work with such talented people. With that, I'm going to move into new business. I've been in and out of the meeting because I'm fighting a cough attack. And so I'm going to again task Xavier if he could take over this small portion of the meeting, and I will be back as soon as I down some more tea. Xavier?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you. And congrats to everyone. And I look forward to us all getting the work done. But I know it's also very late. It's 10:30, so I'm sure we all want to go to bed. But I'm just very excited to be in service to this community board and the community at large. Angel, would you be so kind as to move the screen to new business with our one item, which is the Alex 123 Corp. New application for beer and cider license for a restaurant located at 1920 3rd Avenue, cross street of 107th Street. Are they still on with us?
They are. Yeah. Gloria Bell Perez is the representative.
Okay, great. And Adem, are you still on with us? Or Judith?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, great. And now the reason they're here is because they at the time didn't have the paperwork when then they came to executive, but it wasn't clear that they could come to executive and to present in person. So they're here now to do this, to seek our sign off. Is that correct, Adem?
Yeah, just for the record, I believe it was clear that they were supposed to be at executive. Maybe they just couldn't make it. But yeah, so the only reason they're here tonight is if anybody from the full board has any questions regarding their application. But I believe everything is in order. So if there are no questions, I think we should feel comfortable to go ahead and take a motion in support of this.
Okay, great. Well, if they wouldn't mind just to say a few words real quick, and then I'll open the floor to see if there are any questions, and then we can move the business forward.
Excuse me, sorry, Vice Chair, could you just have the speaker clarify the name of the restaurant versus the name of the application, because I believe they differ. Thank you.
Yes. So Adem, who's presenting? I didn't hear the name clearly.
I think they said it. Alex?
They don't
Oh.
have a trade name yet.
Oh, they don't. No, I mean,
If it's
why don't we
Lorabelle, it's Sriracha. If it's
Why
Lorabelle,
don't
the
we just-
restaurant is Sriracha. They have a new one.
Why don't we just unmute them and let them?
Yeah,
speak?
Angel, could we please, and everyone, please raise your hands. So that way I can identify people. I see 8 raised hands, and I think that those are holdovers. So who is presenting from Alex 123 Corp?
Gloria Bell Perez.
Okay, could we unmute?
Hi,
There.
I'm not presenting. I'm just here because I live here. I'm a neighbor, but I don't know who they are. But thank you for thinking of me.
That was a mistake. Sorry about that.
No worries. I appreciate you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. So are they here then, Adem?
I'm on my phone, so I can't see who's present. I can't see the attendees. Judith would recognize the person, I believe, if they were there.
And Marlene just told me that they're not here.
Oh, they're not here? Well, then we have to take a motion to deny.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to deny.
Xavier, you already did that in.
Oh, if we already did that, then it's moot. Then we don't, we're striking this from the agenda then. Since we had already taken that position. Do we need to ratify it then, Angel?
Nope.
All right. Okay, on to old business. See, there's none. Roll call.
Okay. Jose Altamirano.
Still here.
Leroy Andino.
Present.
Stephanie Arroyo.
Still here.
Yolanda Brown.
Present.
Eva Chan. Diane Collier. Angela Donadell.
Here.
Jessica Elliott.
Present.
Chelsea Carnacion.
Present.
Judith Fabraro. Roger Flores.
Here.
Present, I'm here, present.
Thank you. David Giordano.
Present.
John Green.
Out. Happy turkey.
James Horton.
Present.
Ivy Hume. Alonzo Johnson.
Here.
Robin Krinsky. Marissa Mack,
Yeah.
Giselle Malave,
Here.
Trisha Martin,
Yeah.
Malik McCullough,
Here.
Jennifer Meyer,
Present.
Jessica Morris,
Sorry, slow on the mute. Here.
thank you. Nosa Arama,
Here.
Beverly Pabon,
Here. Happy Hanukkah, Thanksgiving, and happy Indigenous People Day to everyone.
thank you. Andrew Padilla,
Here.
Miguel Pava,
Here.
Robert Perez,
Here.
Robert Perez,
Here.
Dawn Sanders,
Here, and so thankful for everybody who stepped up to answer the call to serve.
Xavier Santiago.
Here.
Excuse me, Angel, you skipped me,
Who's that?
Natasha.
Natasha. Sorry about that, Natasha. Natasha Rodriguez.
Here.
Thank you. Isaac Scott,
Present.
Russell Schuler,
Present.
Jason Villanueva,
Present.
Candy Vasquez,
Yeah.
Nye Whitaker,
Present.
Michelle Wilcher Clement.
Present.
You have quorum. And hopefully,
Angel, I
now
don't
that
want
you
to
have,
interrupt.
yeah, could I make my announcement
you
before
skipped
you interrupt me?
Well, you skipped me, Adam Bria.
Oh, I didn't skip you. I just didn't choose to call you.
Oh, okay. Same.
Thanks, Adam. Sorry about that, buddy.
No problem.
We have quorum. Now that we have a secretary, you guys can stop listening to me in January. It'll be great.
That was the goal.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to announcements, so we could close the meeting. The next CB11 full board meeting has been scheduled for December 21st, 2021. I want to take a moment again and thank everyone who's been part of this meeting and part of the elections process. And with that said, if there are no announcements other than what I just said, I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 10:38 p.m. Good night, all.
Good
night.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Good night.
Good
Happy
night.
Thanksgiving,
Happy
everyone.
Thanksgiving,
Everyone. Bye.
Shalom, Lala Tov. Good night.
Thank you for the process.
And I do